Thank you. So good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday, June the 16th regular meeting of Midland Council. It's 7 p.m. and I'll call the meeting to order. This is being broadcast by Zoom. It's also being broadcast by Rogers and Channel 53. Thank you, Councillor Shevsky. And you can also see it on our YouTube channel. Just before I get into declarations, I'd just like to say something. You may hear the Canadian Armed Forces C-130 Hercules fly over town. That is in honor of Mr. Norm Gogo. He's a Juno Beach veteran, turned 100 years young just today. I think it's today, actually. And there's a big celebration happening in Penetanguishene. So Norm, I don't think you're going to be hearing this. I'm sure you're outside watching the parade drive by. So happy birthday, many more to come, and thank you for your service on behalf of the president. So with that, are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Councillor Shevsky.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a conflict in regards to the surplus lands item. I own a property across the road and the value of my home could be impacted by the sale of this property. So I have filed my paperwork with the clerk and I won't be speaking to that motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I will, I guess, step back at that appropriate time. So we have some business coming forward from closed session, which occurred just prior to this meeting, and in that session we looked at candidates for various committees within the town of Midland. So I have a motion here moved by Councillor Shevsky and seconded by Councillor Main that further to a verbal report of the deputy clerk and confidential criteria-based matrix provided at the closed meeting session of council held June 16th, 2021 regarding committee appointments. Council confirms the following appointments for a term consistent with the term of council. That Barbara Kerr be appointed to the Midland Active Transportation Advisory Committee. That Sandy Taylor be appointed to the Midland Accessibility Advisory Committee. That David Jeffrey and Barbara Kerr, who meets all the conditions that was verified by the clerk, be appointed to the Midland Seniors Council. Council, we've discussed this earlier in closed. Any further comments or suggestions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, that carries. Congratulations to the applicants and welcome to the committees of the town of your respective committees. I now have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Ross, seconded by Councillor Main, that the contents of the regular council agenda for June the 16th, 2021 be approved. Comments or questions from council? Councillor Cunningham.
I'm just wondering if we missed the moment of silence in the declaration of the land acknowledgement at the beginning of the meeting.
We certainly did. My apologies, and thank you for the reminder. I'll just read the land acknowledgements. The town of Midland recognizes that it is located on land which is the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people, now known as the Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. This territory is within the Pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16 and included within the Williams Treaties of 1923. The town of Midland recognizes that it is located on land which is the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the historic homelands of the Métis, and that our town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous peoples. I'll also ask now that you join me in a moment of silent reflection and perhaps contemplate on the tragic deaths of 4 family members in London as a result of intolerance and lack of inclusion. So perhaps we'll just take a moment to reflect on that. Thank you, Council. And thank you again, Councillor Cunningham, for reminding me of that. So I now have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Ross, seconded by Councillor Main, that the contents of the regular council agenda for June the 16th, 2021 be approved. Comments or questions from council? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you very much. That too carries. I have a motion here by Councillor McGinn, seconded by Councillor Gordon, that the items and related recommendations contained within the June 16th, 2021 consent agenda as consent items, having been considered by council, be adopted with the exception of item 10.4.3 CSR-2021-44, signed bylaw amendment, item 10.4.6 CSR-2020-47, surplus lands, which will be considered under section 15. Reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda for council consideration. Before a call of question, any comments from council with respect to items? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, I'd like to thank our staff and especially Karen Mealing for her preparation of the Orange Shirt Day recognition report. She put some great effort into that, brought it back to our Cultural Alliance, and our Cultural Alliance is moving to share one voice and go to each of the councils to honor that day of mourning as a full region. And I'm just so pleased that our staff is focused in this way and that our councils are all working together in our 5 council areas.
Here. Deputy Mayor Ross, and then I have Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just echo Councillor Cunningham's comments. I did not want this this item to go unrecognized, so I thank Councillor Cunningham for your great words, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, and I look forward to September 30th each year being the day to recognize the Orange Shirt Day recognition.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. I just wanted to speak quickly to the community grant program recipients this year. That's a committee that I chair, and I'm always happy to be, dishing out money for such worthy causes. As much as we are under the pressure to save money and to keep our tax rate low, the community grants program is the opportunity for local community funded organizations to come to the municipality and for us to have a little skin in the game. And this year we were able to give out $58,920, which was just about our full amount we had earmarked for community grants. So I just wanted to say a big shout out and congrats to Habitat for Humanity, the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 80, GBGH Foundation, Sistema Huronia Music Academy, the Big Brothers and Sisters, as well as Quest Art for a collaborative project. The Downtown Midland BIA, of course, this is a big year for the BIA with the new launch of King Street. Our Vox Huronia Community Choir and the Midland Sports Hall of Fame has a wonderful upgrade, and the Bay Light Orchestra. So thank you to all of our applicants. Technically, we didn't turn any away this year. It was really quite wonderful that we had enough applicants to match the funds that we had earmarked. The viability of this program moving forward is something that we are going to have to talk about at budget time. I'm not particularly looking forward to that, but it is a reality we need to look at as we try and do cost containment. But I'm really happy that this went through this year, and that all of these recipients are able to pull something off in our COVID, as we wrap up COVID, hopefully.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Main.
Thank you. Yeah, just to add to Councillor Gordon's point, we had a great application from our Heritage Committee, but it was deemed that that probably should go through the budget. So really looking forward to that great project from the Heritage Committee. So yeah, thanks for everyone applying. I just had a quick question for staff over the delegation authority on the several of the planning and site plans. And the only question was around some of these site plans for the seasons on Little Lake, the various, I think there's 3 that's noted in the report. I was just curious. I love looking at site plans at a high level, but seasons is a very unique development. And so I just would love to hear from staff's views about why a delegation for some of these projects that are already underway is an appropriate tool. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Through your worship to Councillor May, Seasons, we have approved subdivision plan for them already for these areas. There are additional plans of subdivision that council will have to approve, and those aren't part of this delegated authority. So this is just an extension of the site plan, the houses that are built there today, and the next 50 houses are in the original site plan. The next site plans within the approved subdivision have that same look and feel architecturally. So that's why there's no major issues. The grading and everything for those, the servicing for those site plans were all part of the subdivision plan. So they're very similar, and there's not a lot of technical issues with those additional phases under the current plan of subdivision. There are large projects such as Bayport, which aren't included in this delegated authority, and we may have to call a special meeting of council over the summer to deal with some of their red line and their subdivision agreement, but we're not at a stage to bring that forward to council.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Councillor Gordon, you had a question?
Just a follow-up for Mr. Campbell. I've been seeing online advertisement for something known as the Hotel Bayport. And I don't recall us, reviewing or approving another hotel on that property. I know there was a couple of sort of tower things they were going to use for rental or condos, but could you just clarify that? I mean, the pictures look wonderful, but people have been asking me about this hotel.
Mr. Campbell.
That hotel development is not in the Bayport subdivision and not part of what's on that road. This hotel, it's at the corner of Harborview and then the road going into Bayport Marina and the town's marina. So it's at that corner parcel of land on Harborview. Is going through site plan approval right now.
Thank you. Will that be coming to us? Or did it already and I missed it?
Site plan is not approved yet for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Main.
Thank you. There's another planning matter. Unfortunately, there's a appeal before us on the Vinden application. I just wanted to, would it be appropriate to have just a quick staff's position on this? Because I think I wholeheartedly support staff position that I think it seems to be quite reasonable. Some of the delays that we've had are were unexpected, but I think with everything under the judicial system and all the tribunals under such stress, I think this is kind of a frivolous appeal, but I would love to hear staff's opinion, and I think I wholeheartedly support the position as presented. Thank you.
This is getting slightly off topic, although I suppose it relates to the previous item. I just have to.
Well, it's on the consent agenda. Is the staff's position on LPAT?
Yes, you're right. It's 1044.
Thank you. Sorry, that was a separate item. Thank you.
Right. So, Mr. Campbell.
Through your worship, I wouldn't say that that's really staff's opinion on the appeal. It's more just informing that we have an appeal to the LPAT, and that as that progresses, we'll be having to discuss those issues and any settlement issues in camera with council. So staff don't have an opinion other than just to acknowledge that we have received the appeal and we have submitted it as per our obligations to the province.
I'd say here too that I think Mr. Campbell's breathing a rather significant sigh of relief as Mr. Adam Farr joins us on Monday as the Executive Director of Planning, Building and Bylaw. He comes to us from Collingwood, and he will be joined by Hania Nawaz, who will be the planner on Monday as well. And then in early July at some point, we will be joined by Mr. Farquharson, Steve Farquharson, as the planning manager. So we'll be up to full speed, and we'll see a lot of these things start to process through. And Mr. Campbell can sort of just put one hat confidently go along with that, just that one hat. So congratulations, Mr. Campbell, for surviving it.
Glad to help out.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments before I call the question? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. That carries. I now have a motion moved by Councillor Prost and seconded by Councillor McGinn that council resolve into the committee of the whole. Any comments or questions around this motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. That too carries. It's over to you, Deputy Mayor, and I would just say to you that there is a presentation this evening.
Thank you, Worship. I'll pass it back to you for presentations.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's kind of a sad announcement, but also one, I think, of joy in that after more than 25 years with the town of Midland, Karen DeRush has decided it's time to retire as the town clerk. She joined the town rather as a receptionist in 1995. I think she's done most of the jobs here in corporate services. She was Secretary of Engineering, Secretary of General Administration, Administrative Assistant, Executive Assistant. In 2011, she accepted the role of Acting Deputy Clerk, which became permanent in 2015. Then in 2017, she assumed the mantle of Town Clerk, acting, and that became permanent in 2017. She's been with us in that capacity since. In the 10 years or so since I met Karen, I don't think I've ever seen her lose her temper, and I mean ever. She always has a smile. She's always there to help in any way she can. And since being elected to council, and particularly since becoming mayor, I've had the pleasure of working with Karen on different projects, and always that positive attitude and always that willingness to go the extra mile to help. So now with the summer months approaching, of course, Karen is looking forward to spending more time with family, parents, getting out in the boat, and even, dare I say it, some cycling. We did that today. So good luck with the cycling, because I don't think you're going to find a bike anywhere. Maybe somebody will lend you one. Pete, of course, has been waiting some time. He's been retired now for a year or so, and so he's sort of looking at his wife. She's going to pull the trigger, so she's done that. They look forward to traveling, continuing to be active in the outdoors, and spending time with their grandkids. As COVID winds down, we'll be able to give each other a big hug, and I understand that happened between Karen and her daughter just the other day. So congratulations on that. So Karen, on behalf of myself, council, and the CAO, and everyone in Town Hall, thanks for the outstanding career of commitment to serving our residents and businesses in the community. We wish you a wonderful retirement full of all the things that bring you joy. And please join me in wishing Karen well in her new venture that she begins June the 30th of this month.
Here.
Here.
Congratulations, Karen.
Thank you so much, everyone. I am really excited about the opportunity to start a new chapter in my life. And as your worship said, I am looking forward to spending time with family and enjoying the outdoors and traveling. And I've really enjoyed my time with the town, and I really can't believe how fast time has passed. I will miss everyone, and it's been my pleasure and honor to be your clerk, and I really feel blessed to have had this opportunity. And I wanted to just thank you all and thank staff as well. I've had a pleasure working with everyone. So thank you.
Don't be a stranger.
I hope not.
Congratulations, Karen, and truly the pleasure has been ours. So thank you so much for all your hard work. Here, Mr. CEO, anything to add? Sir, I hope to see you have your mic off.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'd like to echo, obviously, the congratulations to Karen on such a wonderful career. You've been quite a demonstration of somebody who really cares deeply about her community. You committed yourself to learning so many roles, so that commitment to learning and giving back, I know will continue. I know woodworking's a passion, so you'll be able to spend more time on that. But when I think of Karen, and I've only known her for a year, but she made such an impression on me when I first met her, the kindness of Karen is something that she leaves wherever she goes. And you can't have enough kindness in the world these days. So I hope we all remember that about Karen, and remember that as we go forward. Be kind like Karen, and I think we'll all we'll all do well. So congratulations on a tremendous career, and thank you so much for serving your community with the professionalism and commitment that you did.
Thank you.
Here, here.
You're here.
Congratulations, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I will miss everyone.
We will miss you too. All right, back to the meeting. We have 3 deputations this evening. I'll remind the deputants that it's 10-minute presentation. I will give you the 2-minute remaining warning. First on the agenda is a proposed fountain at Little Lake Park. We have Mr. Mann to provide a presentation to council. Mr. Mann, I noticed that you're on. I'll turn it over to you. I'll remind you that you have 10 minutes this evening, sir, and thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the meeting, sir. We got you.
Gotcha. Well, good evening, everyone. Good to see all your faces. And Karen, I guess I've known you for a lot of years also. And I congratulate you. This is going to be a great retirement. Thanks, Karen. I want to, the reason for the deputation tonight is in regards to a beautiful fountain that we're putting together to try to have put through to be in Little Lake, approximately 150 feet out into the lake, somewhere in front of Tony's restaurant. This is going to be an unorthodox deputation, and you will know about this in a few minutes. First of all, I want to give a great big thank you to Rod Lundy. Rod stepped forward when I was in the hospital, and he did a lot of work. He helped make decisions, and he also did a lot of legwork, and I thank you so much. Also, I want to point out that this particular project that we're working on showed that a couple of businesses in town have stepped forward like we've never seen before. I want to mention Dan McLaughlin and Glenn Walker, co-owners of Walker's Electric. They've committed themselves in kind to install power source down to the beach. And we're looking at about $8,500 in worth in kind. Also, the second person is George. I'll just call him George Papa because I can't pronounce his last name. But anyway, he is the co-owner of the Boatworks. And when I called George about the opportunity to sponsor something, he informed me that just about a week before I called him, that he lost his dad. And he wanted to talk to his family. He thought it would be a beautiful idea to sponsor the project in memory of his dad. And he got back to me and said that they would be more than happy to do that. And he's committed himself to a figure of 17,000 that could range to 20,000. Now, at that point, I'm going to kind of throw away the paperwork that I had put together for tonight, because in the last 24 hours, I believe things have changed. We have made sure that all of the equipment has been certified both by the CSA and by the United States Safety. Well, sometimes they call it the CUL. The product that we're looking at buying is produced down in the States. And there's an underwater cable that would run 150 feet underwater out to the fountain. As a means of double checking on things, which I tend to do, I was talking to the United States Casco, KASCO, just very recently. And I asked the question, do you sense any problems with young kids and young adults swimming in the area? Do they tend to want to go over and cause havoc around the fountain? And he said, no, not so much that. But he says, I will tell you this, Harvey, that we as a company have made a statement in our owner's manual that under no circumstances should anyone enter the water with the electrical equipment plugged in. Now, this electrical cable has been certified up and down all the way, and it's also controlled by a, I think they call it a human factor ground fault that protects it under all conditions. But this company, everyone, has made this statement in their owner's manual that under no circumstances they don't want anyone in their mind to be in the water. Now, they have said to me that they are aware of many clients that have chosen to put the cable in and have people swimming around. I also think of all of the cables that are run underwater as we head up the 30,000 islands, going from island to island. So the reason why I've changed the format of the deputation now is I think that we need to discuss and decide if this is something that we want to continue on with, or we have started looking at any locations in Little Lake or somewhere else. But we have people that are willing to pay for the system. And I think maybe I'll leave it at that just so I can hear what people have to say about this.
Wonderful. I'll turn, if it's all right with you, Mr. Mann, I'll ask council for if they have any questions or comments. And if you please we'll do our best to answer them if that's all right. I see Councillor McGinn and Councillor Gordon and Councillor Prost. So I'll start with Councillor McGinn, and then go to Councillor Gordon, Councillor Prost, and Councillor Main. Councillor McGinn?
I absolutely love the idea of a fountain being down there in a water feature. I actually want, sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're having a hard time hearing me. I'll
Yeah,
yell.
we were having a little hard time, but you're much better now. So if you want to start over, that'd be great.
Thank
Just
you,
in case.
Mayor. So I love the idea and I love the background. I love all the information that you've gathered. I love your passion. I actually am going to do something really interesting. And Councillor Olszewski, you are an electrician. I would like to hear your opinion, because that is not my area of expertise. And I understand that as a group, that is where our true knowledge and power is at. So I'm going to ask for some help with this one. Mr. Mann, Harvey, my friend, thank you for your patience with me. Thank you for answering all the questions I've ever had. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for not giving up on your dream. And thank you for being 100% open, transparent, and honest, because that is something about you that I value. That and your absolute passion and the fact that you just don't give up. So thank you.
Councillor Gordon?
Thanks. You know what, actually, I'd love to hear Councillor Olszewski's comments because, you know, this kind of ties right in. If maybe we could just pass the baton to him and you can come back to me.
I'm not sure if you're interested in commenting. You know, it's up to you, sir. It's your profession.
Yeah, sure. It's certainly not the hat I wear at the council table, but it's something I do have experience with. Just to think of it on a smaller scale, it's like a hot tub where, you know, you are safe in a hot tub with jets running. And there is a motor, no matter what voltage it is. The trick is to separate the fluid from the electricity. So the motor is the electrical part, obviously, and the pump is the water flowing part. So the motor is in no way electrically connected to the pump. It's the spinning of the motor that drives the fluid moving. So I think the trick with this would be, in my opinion, would be a pumping station maybe on the shore, so that the motor doesn't have to be submerged underwater. The power, the controls, all that stuff would be on the shoreline. And then a cable just run, or sorry, a pump line run or a water line run to the fountain to spray out. All the electricity would be on the shoreline. The pump, you know, the lines would come out of the pump underwater to the fountain, spray out, no electrical risk in the water would be my, just, you know, right off the top of my head would be my my solution for this issue. So I don't think it's impossible. I love the idea. I think a fountain of the lake, I'm not sure from an environmental standpoint. I'd love to hear SSEA on the benefits and like the ups and downs, because I don't know if moving water is going to do great things for the wildlife and the natural stuff that lives in the lake, or is it going to be negative and detrimental? I have no idea. So I'd love to hear from SSEA on that one as well. I don't think it's an impossible task. I think it's great that you've put the time and effort into to doing this. It's something you're obviously passionate about and something that you've put a lot of time into. So I don't think it's dead here. I think it's something that we should discuss more. And if the input from the SSEA is positive, I don't think it's an impossible task. There's fountains all over the world, wave pools, jacuzzis, where humans are in a pool that's has water moving through a pump. So I don't think it's too hard of a task, personally.
Thank you, Councillor Chesky. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks for your presentation, Harvey. Mr. Mann, again, your passion for bringing things to this council, aquatic, seems to be a theme, because, you know, last time it was the splash pad, which was successfully approved, and we're just got to wait for a way to get it installed. So here's a splash pad that lives in the water in Little Lake, and I think it could be a real, not only a beautiful feature, but stagnant water is not the kind of water you want to encourage in any type of place where people are, or bugs. So I think, you know, without not being a scientist, I think aeration, natural aeration of Little Lake might even discourage some of the new zebra mussels that have now found a home in it. that will clean the lake, but it'll also cut feet. So the bottom line here is you've obviously gone to great lengths to find what sounds like the substantial amount of funding for this. And there'd be some nominal operational costs to keep the thing alive and running during the hours that it's on, and a little bit of maintenance for winterizing and springerizing it. But I think, I'd love to see a concept photo, and I'd certainly like to hear from the environmental folks just to make sure that we don't go down that road if it's something that could be negative. I don't suspect it would be, but I'd certainly like to see it go beyond our little presentation tonight. And actually, I don't know what the process for that would be, whether we need a motion, but I'd love to see and get some input to see how feasible this is, because an installation in the lake to me would be the ideal location rather than trying to stick it out in Georgian Bay in that deep water. So thanks for coming tonight. And if you have any responses to any of my ramblings just now, please feel free.
Mr. Mann, you are on mute, sir.
Okay, we got it. Thanks, Bill. Excuse me. First of all, the presentation was going to be short tonight because there's a major, well, I consider it a 180 turn. And I think we have to get our heads wrapped around the fact that this cable has been approved above and beyond what its requirements are. And in talking about a Severn Sound, the particular retail outlet where we would purchase the fountain from, this young lady is a graduate of the University of Guelph, the Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, and she has written me. I asked for something in writing about her attitude about the pump or the particular fountain being out in the lake. Now, that particular document, I can send that out to everyone in council if you choose and want to read it. Cody, that was interesting to hear your concept about trying to keep all things on shore. The particular unit that we were looking at was 7.5 horsepower motor that fits in the cavity of the floating fountain, and it draws a tremendous amount of water from the lake. And the average height coming straight out the top would be between 22 and 30 feet, depending on what water nozzle you put in there. Some other ones go a little shorter, like 25, 26 feet, and they have lots of tributaries floating out from the side. It's the company that's been producing the fountain. They believe strongly in their product. I guess if this was 15 years or 20 years ago, you wouldn't find that kind of statement in their owner's manual. But I think really that they're concerned that if they don't make a statement like that, that if something happened, they may be nailed liable for it. But again, I'll remind you, everyone, that there's been a lot of, the company themselves know of a lot of places that are using it in areas where people are in the water. The brown fault system, as I mentioned before, is human format, meaning that, and I might get this wrong, but I believe it's 5 milliamps. Cody, is that the speed? But it will kick the system out faster than if you were to have a 30 milliamp.
Now,
Go ahead.
okay, sorry. Mr. Mann, just so we can clarify, what is the act? Is there an actual ask coming from the presentation today, or is it just that we have the opportunity to have the fountain and we would like to move back to send this back to staff and do some investigation? I just want to make sure that we're both moving forward in the same direction.
Yeah, I just I feel that I'm kind of handing this to council. And if there's more information needed, basically I'm saying that the cable has been authorized and passed by all standards, both in the States and in Canada. I'm just saying that the manufacturer made a statement in one line,
Yeah.
in bold print. So
Sure.
we need to decide, are we going to say no go? We're going to stick by what the manufacturer has in that one sentence? Or do we solicit the opinions of some people that maybe work in this area on a more full-time basis?
Okay. Okay. So I think we have a couple more questions, but I would suggest that we'll try to wrap this up. We'll take this as information, if that's all right with council. We're going to move it forward. Mr. Mann, if you could, sir, if you could provide us with the confirmation that George Pop, I can't pronounce his last name either, is indeed able to do the wonderful donation, which is amazing, and Walker Electric. I think we could start moving forward on this, and I think I appreciate you sharing that there is that liability, but I'm sure in this day and age, everybody has to try to cover all liability, and that's just their way of also. So I think there's some big decisions made. I know we have a couple more questions, then we'll try to wrap this up. We do have 2 more deputations this evening, so I have Councillor Prost and then Councillor Main.
Okay, I won't be too long then. I echo everything all the councillors have said. I think this is a fabulous idea and I'd love to explore it. But really, I want to thank you, Mr. Mann and Mr. Lundy, for all your hard work and dedication to help beautify our town so that our residents can enjoy it. I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Prost. Councillor Main, question?
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for this deputation. We've been thinking about fountain for Little Lake for many years. I think that's a fun idea to be explored. I would very much love a feasibility report from our engineering staff because, as you said, it sounds like we have a lot of the upfront costs determined, or donations or whatever. Ongoing costs and ongoing maintenance costs, the life cycle cost stuff will add up. Unfortunately, it's not a passive installation. This is a very active installation. And as we're learning now that Little Lake might be growing home to zebra or quagga mussels, the thought in my head is, what happens if we install this and then it's completely clogged up in a couple of years? And that's the worry with the invasive zebra mussels, that they just make a mess of everything and they clog to drain pipes and they slice and dice. So that's the one issue that I'm thinking about that I'd love to hear staff's and SSEA's thoughts about if that's a deal breaker or if that's something that could be managed. But also to the comment is, if the goal is to improve water quality in Little Lake and we only have $1 to spend, do we spend it on this beautiful fountain, which gives us water quality benefits potentially, and also a beautiful thing, or if there's other technologies that we could look at? But I certainly love the idea. I just, I think we're still kind of at the feasibility stage. So that's the only comment that I was going to make, is I just love to hear some staff's opinion and SSCA's opinion, but thank you so much for the presentation.
Mr. Mann, you had a reply? Oh, did we lose him? Oh, there you we thought you're still on mute, sir. There you are.
Okay, we got it now. Yeah, John, right beside me, I have all the paperwork that I worked on for operating costs or feasibility. I have listed how many town staff we would require to put the initial installation in, how much then to take it out, and then the following years. We've also figured out the amount of hydro that we would use, knowing that we have 3 different rates of hydro on a particular weekday. And that's all been figured out. Now, we had the pleasure of asking Andy to have a little meeting with us, and we did a lot of things, and we accomplished a lot of things. We were looking for Andy to come up with things that maybe we had not looked into, that we wanted to make sure we would take care of that. The hydro for a season will be just a little less than $2,000. I phoned the PUC and I asked them to calculate what the delivery charges that we all pay for on our own PUC. And they said it's also equal to what your usage is. So there's another 2,000. That's 4,000, and then a little bit more that's added on, but not much. Hydro is the big item for the feasibility and the operating cost. I have it all laid out here. The reason why I didn't go to it was there was more important things to talk about.
Agreed. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Mann. Councillor Downer, we'll try to wrap this up, and it looks like we have some work ahead of us with regards to staff and the report. I think council is likes the idea. I think we'd like to look a little more into it. Obviously, we're going to have to put this into our 2022 budget. Obviously, some operation costs, et cetera, but I greatly appreciate Mr. Mann for all your hard work. I think it's definitely something I'd like to look into. It never hurt to improve on the quality of Little Lake, and if we can have a beautiful fountain down there at the same time. I know myself, I have the opportunity to visit Peterborough, and they have a wonderful, beautiful fountain there that people drive for miles around to see. So thank you so much, Councillor Downer. I'll give you the last word, and we'll try to wrap this up.
Thank you for bringing it forward, Harvey. I appreciate it very much. I support the idea, and I want to thank you for all the work you've put in so far, and we'll be there for you as long as it's safe. I can't not support it. It'd be a wonderful thing to have a fountain in Little Lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Downer. Appreciate it. And I want to thank Mr. Mann for coming this evening. Thank you very much, sir. And we've got some work. I know you're always available for questions or comments, so I'm sure we'll be reaching out to you in the next few weeks and months. So thank you very much, sir. Have a good evening. Next up presentation, we have the Simcoe County Food Framework. We have Mr. Ryan here to do a presentation to council. Mr. Ryan, I'll remind you that you have 10 minutes to present to council, and I'll give you a 2-minute warning when you have 2 minutes remaining.
All right,
And
thanks.
please stick around. We may have a couple questions for you after.
Would the clerk be able to share the presentation, or?
I believe she will, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm just calling it up. Just give me a quick moment.
Yep, no problem.
And Council, we do have a motion coming out of this presentation, so we'll read it once Mr. Ryan is completed.
There we go. So my name's Michael Ryan, and I'm one of two coordinators for the Simcoe County Food Council. I think it's kind of, if you want to go to the next slide, it's kind of important to know where we come from, or where you come from, before we know where we're going. In 2013, the County of Simcoe created a Simcoe County Food and Agricultural Charter, which was really about food security in Simcoe County and creating, fostering an environment for food security and agriculture in Simcoe County. The PRTG task force attended our ministry roundtable in 2017, and through all these connections, there was a local food security forum held in 2017. Out of all of this came, was identified a need for an overarching document to kind of pull all this stuff together. And in 2018, there was a request for proposal, and the county hired a consulting firm to develop, hold public meetings and input, and create the Simcoe County Food Security Framework, which is a mouthful. So once the framework was adopted in 2019 by the county, then it was my job and Courtney's job to try and pull the framework together and implement some of the recommendations out of it and create a Simcoe County Food Council. So the next slide, please. It's really a framework to leverage existing strengths and programs that are working on a food secure community for Simcoe County and fostering collaboration. The big thing about the framework, and when you work in agriculture or food, is there's lots of people that are trying to accomplish the same goals that don't know about each other, and we see a lot of duplication. And so one of the main goals of the Food Council and the working tables in it is to foster discussions between people that are working in this field, finding people that are doing it well, and how do we connect them from North Simcoe to South Simcoe, east to west, so that we're not duplicating efforts and we're replicating success. The next slide, please. It's really about a constellation model as well. So we have working tables with like-minded groups that are working in the same kind of field or towards the same kind of goals, connecting them, creating collaborations with these stakeholders. And out of that work, we're going to run into problems with policy. So the working tables are on the ground implementing the framework. Out of their work will come challenges that then flow up to the Food Council, which can advocate for policy. So this constellation model is really important and was identified inside the framework. Next slide. So our vision is a sustainable and equitable and secure local food system in Simcoe County that recognizes food as a human right, that it's interconnected food system where safe and sufficient, nutritious, culturally appropriate food is financially and physically accessible to everyone through dignified means, and where the people are actively working towards realizing a food secure Simcoe County. The next slide identifies kind of the 7 goals that are within the framework. The first one is raising awareness and understanding what household food insecurity in Simcoe County is. Household food insecurity is a poverty problem, it's an income problem. So goal number 2 is supporting income and housing solutions to reduce household food insecurity for those that are underserved or marginalized. Number 3 is increasing physical access to enough nutritious food for all. 4 is improving community food literacy. 5 is improving community food infrastructure and policy to support the local agri-food sector and to sustain a local food system in Simcoe County. 6, foster Simcoe County's food traditions and Indigenous food knowledge and culture. And 7, supporting county-wide collaborations for a food secure Simcoe County. So out of this constellation model and these 7 goals, we've started last October, and on the next slide, we've identified, currently there's 6 working tables of people that are on the Food Council, as well as supporting groups that meet once a month or bi-monthly to kind of work through issues and delve into topics that everyone in those groups is working towards or see as priorities. At the start of COVID, and one of our most active tables is the food banks of Simcoe County that we meet once a month with. There's about 20 groups on this working table. At the beginning, it was really about bringing people together and discussing COVID challenges that they were facing. But as the group got comfortable with each other, ways to serve people with dignity, how do we serve clients better? And there's some really interesting discussions coming around that table, and a lot of positive things have come out of that. The food literacy and food access, the student nutrition program was thrown through a loop because of COVID, and how food enters schools was totally changed, of how it had to be prepackaged in a certified facility, and how much access volunteers had to schools was limited. And out of that came a collaboration with a food bank in Aurelia that services the schools in that community, that was able to leverage the volunteers and their network in order to support the student nutrition program, feeding over 900 kids a day when school was in session, or a week when school was in session. And now that we're back to remote learning, they're working with libraries and social groups to try and get that food that would have gone into the student nutrition program out to other service groups that may be servicing school-age children. Food literacy and food programs is another working table. There's a working table on agriculture, equity, diversity, and inclusion. The community gardens of Simcoe County we've met with and brought. Sometimes there's 30 people at 30 different community gardens across Simcoe County at those meetings, discussing topics that are relevant to community gardens and how they face COVID, but also operational challenges. We sit on PRTD task force for Simcoe County. And one of the major things when you're working in food and food security is knowing where assets are. Lots of the times when people want to do something, it's really difficult to find those other people that are working in the same field, even though they might only be 10 minutes away, or where assets are in the community that could be helping with food access or household food insecurity. So there's been often food assessments are done, or food asset maps, and they sit on a shelf. So how do we make sure they stay current, and how do we connect people to them once they're made, so that we're not investing money in doing asset mapping and then it's sitting on a shelf for 5 years gathering dust and no one knows that it's actually sitting on that shelf. Next slide. So this is just kind of outwards from the Food Council. There's working tables, advocacy groups, and networks that are all connected. And then the asset mapping, sub-region food assessments, and really the policies around household food insecurity and community food security that we're trying to work towards. So the next slide is often these two things are confused. Household food insecurity is that you don't have the financial means to access enough food, whether it be to the cost of living, job security, or social assistance rates. Community food security is a condition where community residents have access to safe, culturally appropriate, nutritionally adequate diet through a sustainable food system that maximizes community self-reliance and social justice. Often when we talk about community food security, we forget about household food insecurity, or they're not totally interchangeable, and both have different. Community food security as a goal, household food insecurity is a real cost to society as a whole, as we see on the next slide.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes.
Yeah, household food insecurity nationally is 1 in 8. 1 in 6 children are food insecure. And if you're a single parent, your rate of household food insecurity shoots through the roof, as well as those that I self-identified as Black or Indigenous. We can see 28, 29% identifying as household food insecure. Provincially, on the next slide, we see that 1.7 million Ontarians are household food insecure. 63% of the people that are household food insecure are relying on wages, are the working poor. And the last point would be that those that are household food insecure, their healthcare costs are 121% of those that are not. So it's a real burden on society, and a cost that if we could redeploy money to fighting household food insecurity, it would really be a healthcare savings as well. The next slide is Simcoe County, and we see that we are very similar to the national rates. 1 in 8 households in Simcoe County are household food insecure, and those continue to rise. And we see similar that families and single families are a higher rate. A single male working on Ontario Works spends about 137% of their income on food and rent, which is a real, there's not enough money to do anything else, right? The next slide is Simcoe County as well. We'll skip through it because we're short on time. So what does this mean at the municipal level? Recognizing that household food insecurity is an issue across Simcoe County, measuring and monitoring food assets and how the municipality can help support them, leveraging existing resources and networks. Household food insecurity is a poverty problem. So infrastructure investment and attracting employers and affordable housing and transit so that workers can get to jobs are all things that municipalities control that can really have an impact on household food insecurity. The next slide, some of the things that the Food Council is asking is that municipalities know about the framework, that they endorse the framework, that they acknowledge that household food insecurity is a priority, and that municipalities do have a role to play with it, whether it be in transportation, planning, and a whole suite of other issues, such as being a living wage employer. That municipalities support existing food assets in their community. And the other thing is just identifying, and one of the reasons that we're here is to raise awareness about that the Food Council exists, that we've got off the ground since COVID started, and how do we open a dialogue between municipalities and the Food Council to ensure that we're having a conversation, and how do we help you leverage those assets as well. And then the final slide are some of the founding members of the Simcoe County Food Council. So with that, thanks very much for your time, and I'll take any questions if there are any, and otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. Greatly appreciate it. And I'm going to read our motion onto the floor, and then we'll be sure to stick around and we may have some questions. Moved by Councillor McGinn and second by Councillor Downer. Whereas Council received a presentation provided by Mr. Michael Ryan, Food Council Coordinator, Simcoe County Food Council, at its regular meeting held June 16, 2021, highlighting the Simcoe County Food Security Framework, and whereas Midland Council acknowledges household food insecurity as a priority and recognizes that municipalities have a role to play through planning and economic development, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council for the Corporation of the Town of Midland endorses the Simcoe County Food Security Framework and direct staff to consider appointing a contact to represent the Town of Midland and to collaborate with the Simcoe County Food Council on future works. Any questions or comments? I have Councillor McGinn, then Councillor Cunningham, Your Worship, and Councillor Reshevsky for now. Councillor McGinn.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Ross. Thank you, Michael Ryan. I appreciate the depth of your deputation. I also appreciate that you added the real and tangible cost on the healthcare system when it comes to being nutritionally depleted. Thank you for quantifying the data. Thank you for quantifying the risk. I appreciate that. I support this 100%. I support your motion 100%. Madam Clerk, I'm not sure how to do this, but I'm going to request that I am the person who is the contact on this. I would greatly appreciate it. It's something that I'm passionate about. It's something that on social media, I actually was talking about the mapping across our communities of places that, you know, people had crops that they wanted to share. It's something that privately I've been working on. So Madam Clerk, if you could advise me at the appropriate time on how to proceed with that request, and then I would beg my peers to support me in this.
Councillor
Thank you.
McGinn, that would be a motion that would come at obviously placed on our agenda at a future date, but I think it's noted, and I would highly recommend sending an email with regards to your intention. But thanks for stepping forward. Mr. Ryan, any comments?
Thank you.
No, I think she summed it up well, and thanks for offering. Yeah,
wonderful.
We appreciate it.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ryan, for bringing this forward to us and sharing with us and all the detail behind it. This is aspects of this has come up at our EDCNS meetings from the egg sector, recognizing how much food is wasted was the opposite side of this, that the farmers in our region are concerned. And at county, certainly this was an educational program that they had delivered to them, with the wastage of food, with this heartache on the other side. So thank you so much for being part of what's moving this forward and solving the problem. My one question actually is more on the motion. It's worded that we consider appointing a point person, and I wonder if that might be a little too weak, that perhaps we want that person assigned as opposed to consider them being assigned. So not really a question for Mr. Ryan, but more a question in the wording of the motion that I'd like to see it stronger.
Okay. We'll go through the questions and we'll come back to amendment of the motion. Councillor Mayor Strathern.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Trying to find the mute button again. When this came up at County Council in 19 for approval, there was some discussion on the floor, and part of that was around the notion of wastage, as Councillor Cunningham has brought up. And there were a couple of points of intervention that were raised, one of which is an old process called gleaning. You see it very popular in the UK and also in Europe. You don't see it so much here, although it's starting to take hold, where people go through the fields and, with permission, remove so-called wastage or overage, and then put it into the food chain. I think that the other thing that was identified was, as a point of intervention, was marketing boards. You see a lot of milk dumped. You see that could go into things like, well, just fresh milk or cheese or so on. It could be processed in a way that it doesn't go into the main food chain, but it goes into designated stores where people can go and show their credentials and go in and buy. The same for produce coming from gleaning, where you see, I drove, for example, apples, pumpkins, food pumpkins sitting in the field that they just get plowed down. All sorts of other produce like that. Has there been any effort in that area? I know you're just getting going, but any consideration around that? Doing a good contracting with the marketing boards or with the food chain, so at the producing end, as opposed to the just.
Well, I think that's sorry.
No, that's fine. Thanks.
I think that's an interesting misconception sometimes about the commodity boards, and the marketing boards are very active in, you see it in the egg producers, the pork producers, and the dairy farmers of Ontario. The dairy farmers of Ontario donated 1 million liters of milk to the food banks of Ontario last year, and are setting forward a goal. Often when we see milk dumped, or the headlines, it's a lack of processing capacity for certain products of milk, right? Like, we don't have enough dryers in Ontario to take the skim milk and make skim milk powder out of it. So often we see headlines of milk being dumped, but it's really skim milk, and the fat is the cream's going off to make cheese, butter, or whatever product it may be destined for. And the other big thing is containers was a big challenge with COVID. We saw commercial restaurants shut down. They take milk and eggs in flats. So that's why we saw flats in grocery stores. There literally was not enough egg cartons in the world to actually package the eggs that were coming out. And when COVID hit, the food banks were overwhelmed with donations that they were asking to be turned away. The commodity groups were redeploying restaurants and products destined for the restaurant industry, hospitality industry, to Feed Ontario that were strong donations to food banks that are Feed Ontario members. And what they were really asking was for financial donations, because lots of government programs and the money that Simcoe County forwarded to, often it's the time date was stringed on it. And we saw after 2008, the big demand in food bank usage was 1.5 years after the crisis, because food banks have a stigma. People that are household food insecure or find themselves household food insecure, there's a stigma attached, and they'll burn through their savings, sell their car before they finally reach out for help. And so there was a light going off in the food bank's mind that usage isn't going to increase last spring, and we've seen that. And the other thing we've seen is that other organizations like the St. Vincent de Paul sit at the food bank's working table. They saw a 71% increase. One of the branches saw a 71% increase in usage last year and a 30% increase over last year this year. But their main donation source are churches, which are shut down. So if it wasn't for the County of Simcoe, they would have no financial means to help. So one of the conversations at the food bank working table is how do we connect different organizations that are helping these people and make connections, because lots of them are running into situations where they have done all they can do, all that they can help with. And so how do we make connections in that referral service so that clients or people that find themselves household food insecure are using all the resources at their disposal to get out of a situation that is not their own making at times. As far as gleaning, actually going into the fields and harvesting that product is fairly labor intensive. And so if you're working 50 hours a week and barely have enough money to buy food, you probably don't have enough energy to go out in the fields and glean. But there are some gleaning programs through retail outlets that they have food or produce that is 2 or 3 days away from expiry, which they are then donating to food banks. So we've seen some capital grants from the federal government that food banks in Simcoe County have utilized in order to purchase refrigerated trucks or the means to accept those kinds of donations, which have been highly successful. There's one food bank in Simcoe County that receives between 200 and 300,000 pounds of fresh produce from one retailer that is all, it's fresh edible product that is just getting near its end date, and they have the capacity to accept the donation rather than it being tipped in a dump, and also the means to get it out to people. And also large donations out of the Holland Marsh as well, and the growers down there that are donating product to food banks across Simcoe County to help that need.
So just to summarize, the marketing boards are already engaged to the extent that they can be. You don't really the gleaning thing. The gleaning thing in the UK. So just let me say that the gleaning thing in the UK is not the person who's actually in need going out and gleaning. This is an organization who does it as a function of supporting the food network. So they're all volunteers. They provide the transportation network. They provide the labor. They contact the farms and all that sort of thing. It's a very structured thing that adds into that food chain and picks up at the field level, not at the store where you've got virtually near stale dated. And they actually organize canneries to put it into a form that is distributable and usable. So I'll just offer that up because I was curious from the 2019 whether there's any progress been made there. I think I've got my answer. So thank you.
Yeah, one of the issues is the commodity groups are provincial organizations. They need an organization that can accept donations provincially. So being a Feed Ontario member for food banks is a big issue in order to access those donations that come from the farmers of Simcoe County. they go out through a Feed Ontario food bank. And that's one of the things that come out of the food bank's working table too, is smaller organizations that were hesitant to pay the membership fee to Feed Ontario in order to join. There's one food bank in Simcoe County that was a real strong advocate and there's 2 or 3 that have put applications in now because of that. His fees to join Feed Ontario about $3,500 per year, and has received $100,000 worth of produce from Feed Ontario. So it's a pretty good return on investment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chesky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for your presentation. It was great, even if all the news wasn't. The term working poor always breaks my heart. So my question is kind of prompted by an article I read today and is well complemented by previous questions. I was reading an article around milk dumping, and you mentioned it previously. I was also reading about meat shortages in states like Texas and Florida, where they've opened up, and now all these Texas steakhouses are wide open, and everybody wants to go out and have a steak. So the grocery stores are having a hard time stocking shelves. So they're a little bit ahead of us in terms of our COVID response, and I know we're seeing farmers markets open back up, and that it's great to see. I'm just curious, do you foresee, and I'm not sure if you're even you have your fingers in this, but in terms of community food security, do you foresee shortages here in terms of meat or any other food, or are we in good shape in terms of community food security?
As a former feedlot operator, the beef sector is pretty close to my heart. No, like it's hard to say. I don't see any indications of that, right? Like poultry and milk as supply managed sectors have definitely seen a stable supply. They have implemented temporary measures to limit the hospitality glut. If it were to open up, I believe that they'd be able to quickly fill those gaps. Meat packers in Ontario are making off like bandits. If you talk to a feedlot operator lately, it's not a pretty story while they're making top margins on it. But processing capacity for local food in Simcoe County and across Ontario is an issue. The ability of a local producer to process an animal due to government regulations and succession planning and the cost to enter the industry, that's a massive concern, right? Like chickens are conceived in 12 months, but you have to book their butcher date 24 months in advance. So, and beef and pork and lamb, it's tricky to find processing capacity, especially for local producers that are trying to go direct to market. We're blessed with large federal beef processing plants in Ontario, even though the market's cornered by one, which limits the price. But yeah, processing capacity is a huge thing for local food and for local farmers to value add and distribute locally. Yeah, that capacity is extremely limited and seen a tightening of supply since COVID started.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. I see no more questions, so we will, Councillor Main.
Just a quick point. Just a quick point is the community garden, which is an awesome organization in Little Lake. They are always asking for volunteers. So that's just an open call for the people out in the community. If you want to get your hands involved in the garden, we have this amazing community garden that is in desperate need of volunteers. Thank you. I just wanted to one last plug.
Thank you very much, Councillor Main, and thank you very much, Mr. Ryan, for coming this evening. Well,
no, thank you for the opportunity.
If you want to stay online, we're going to pass this motion, and hopefully we'll have a representative to help you out. Thank you. So I'll refer back to Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, you wanted to amend this motion to, I presume we just take out the word consider and go directly to the Simcoe County Food Security Framework and direct staff to appoint a contact to represent the town of Midland to coordinate with the Simcoe County food culture on future works. I just have to check with Madam Clerk if that's simple as just removing that one word, or do we need an actual amended motion?
Deputy Mayor, actually, since it's just a one word, and if the mover and seconder are in agreement, and the mover was Councillor McGinn, and the seconder was Deputy Mayor Russ. So if they're in support of that, then that's fine.
Wonderful. So Councillor Downer, you're fine with removing consider?
Yes, I'm good.
Councillor McGinn, I saw a yes, so we're all set. So the motion will read the last paragraph. Now therefore be resolved that the council of the corporation of the town of Midland endorses Simcoe County Food Security Framework and direct staff to appoint a contact to represent the town of Midland and to coordinate with the Simcoe County Council on future works. Any questions or comments with regards to that motion? Councillor McMain?
Sorry, last opportunity, just a huge shout out and plug to Operation Grow. I know they're part of the Food Secure Council, so thank you for all their work. I think that's the recipe for urban agriculture in the future, is the sustainable model that they put forward. So anyways, just want to give them a plug. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Main. Your worship?
Is this asking for a staff appointment or is this asking for an appointment?
As of right now, it's just an appointment. We're going to
The motion reads staff appoint.
sorry, it just says that direct staff to appoint a contact to represent the town. So presume between yourself and the CEO, you'll come up with either a council member or we hear that Councillor McGinn's looking forward to it. So sorry, as in inquired about it. Sorry, I apologize. So all those in favor of this motion? So carried. Thank you so much. Next up, and thank you very much, Mr. Ryan, for coming this evening.
No, thanks everybody for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next up, we have postponement of paid parking in downtown Midland. We have the president of the BIA, Mr. Campbell, joining us this evening. Mr. Campbell? I'll remind you that you have 10 minutes, sir, on your presentation. I'll give you a 2-minute warning, and please stick around for any questions that we may have after.
Sure. Hi, I was also looking for Kathy Tate. She was supposed to be here with me from Southern Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce. Is she around at all?
I believe she just came online with you. She's definitely here. Hi, Miss Pate.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Thanks for joining us this evening. Mr. Campbell, it's all yours, sir.
I'm going to let Kathy go first.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor Strathern, Town Council, and staff. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and our business members. We're really here following the pandemic, or now we're getting to the tail end of it, to try and give our downtown core businesses the best fighting chance of recovery over the summer months. Instead of me kind of stating this case, I'm hoping it's okay with you if I just read a few comments from some of our downtown businesses in terms of the implementation of these parking fees. Our ask tonight will be to delay the implementation of the parking fees at least until September of this year. And I should say that I was a little bit surprised. I think there was a media release came out at about 5 to 5 tonight, which looks somewhat finalized that the decision has already been made. But regardless, if you don't mind, I will read just a few comments here. So from Papa's Pizza, which I'm sure you all know on King Street, the owners, any assistance in encouraging customers to come downtown would help businesses, not only due to a pandemic, but also due to all the construction that left our customers so frustrated and also deterred many from coming downtown due to the inconveniences of trying to find a parking spot and then having to walk through a maze. It's been a double whammy for many of us. And next, I'll say graffiti art, Brad and Carrie Ann Copeland. Now that we are slowly making our way out of the pandemic, retailers are trying to entice shoppers into coming back into our stores. Consumers have gotten used to shopping online. So as a downtown business, we need to look for every possible enticement to get these shoppers into our stores. Ongoing 15-minute grace periods as well for shoppers allows for a quick stop at our retail store, again, enticing shoppers to visit the downtown core. Ricky from Dillon's, we're still dealing with the consequences of the pandemic. Any assistance, including free parking until September, will only encourage folks to continue to love our community. Jamie from Splash Floral, Anything that the town can do to help bring people back to downtown Midland and allow them to stay longer would be amazing. As a local business that doesn't have a retail space for walk-ins, but that does offer curbside pickup, a 15-minute grace period would make things so much less stressful for our customers. And our last comment of many that we did receive actually is Jeff White from Georgian Bakery. He starts by saying the amount of anger amongst motorists and pedestrians that he witnessed when the parking machines were installed was overwhelming. Downtown competes with the uptown big box stores that offer free parking. Georgian Bakery still has a one household at a time policy imposed, and this leads to long lineups for customers on the sidewalk. We do our best to service as quickly as possible. If our customers had a 15-minute grace period, they're going to be less anxious waiting in lines, spend more time in our bakery, and they're more likely to visit a neighboring store. A 15-minute grace period is very common in other larger municipalities, and it makes sense here. We want cottagers and tourists to feel comfortable, laid back, and on vacation. They come here to escape. Let's enable their escape. So that's a few comments, as I say, of many business members we've talked to, all in the same vein. They feel that they're at a disadvantage to other communities and to other large big box stores and malls that do not charge parking fees. So again, I'm here on the behalf of these member businesses, trying to give them the best fighting chance for recovery over the summer months. Delaying the parking fees until at least September will give them the best possible chance of success. So thank you very much for considering this, this possibility. Scott, I'll hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Kathy. Also, thanks to Karen DeRush, who has handled hundreds of my emails over the years. Your level of cooperation will be missed. This deputation request did not start because of the 458 comments on the Town of Midland's social media post last week. It started because the conversations with the BIA and the town have been ongoing for the past 4 or 5 years. We did come to a great compromise with the parking permit, and for that I am happy. But anybody that's been around long enough to hear me talk about parking is more than aware that I'm still clinging on to some form of free parking. Never really wanted to give that one up. The last email about the rollout of the parking that I have from the town was dated February 17th, 2021. I ended the email with a, let's keep talking because the more we as the BIA know, the better we can prepare. So that brings the post to social media that hit over 458 comments by local residents. Myself realizing the impending backlash of the lack of education around the implementation, I reached out to the Town of Midland again and was told that there will be a news release forthcoming. That news release landed in my inbox at 4:52 p.m. today, which was 2 hours and 8 minutes before this deputation that Kathy, myself, and the businesses we represent are here to ask for a delay in the implementation. The media release states that enforcement will begin July 1st, 2021. To say that I feel we are not being listened to or being treated as our voice matters would be an understatement after seeing that media release 2 hours before our deputation. I feel it was rude and undermines our deputation to council tonight. The town, the BIA, and the chamber, the communication between all of us seems to be lacking, and it's definitely something that needs to be continued worked on. Having said that, here's the rest of my deputation. The delay would help facilitate in an information campaign over the next few months, assisted by the BIA and its members, explaining the new system, how to use it, and when the changes will take effect. It also allows for businesses who are currently still under capacity restrictions and conducting businesses through a curbside model to continue to serve their customers in a way that has become part of the current retail environment. The next ask that I have is that the system be put in place to allow for 15 minutes free on King Street and 1 hour free in the back lots. We know historically Midland has offered 3 hours for free, and the recent outcry on social media regarding the loss of all free parking is a direct call from the constituents of Midland for Midland staff and council to reconsider. The ask for 15 minutes free is to help the merchants who have switched to curbside model to continue to do so, knowing that we don't really know what the future looks like. and to encourage a quick turnover on the main street. 1 hour would help encourage the longer walk to the stores for those who choose to use a backlot or for those who could not find a spot on King. So tonight, I would like to see a motion that looks something like council delays the implementation and enforcement until at least September 1st, 2021, and the reinstatement of free parking options that would include choosing 15 minutes free once daily, otherwise 1 hour, $1 per hour on King Street. Choose 1 hour free once daily, otherwise 1 hour, $1 per hour on its back lots. The lengthening of the reinstatement would also give time for the education and opportunity to purchase passes and for businesses to rebound without the prejudice we are seeing online. Historically, we know that these types of meters typically get overpaid, so some people paying the maximum regardless of the stay, and a noticeably large decrease in revenue from this point on should not be expected. The good news story generated by the delay in the implementation and the inclusion of some free parking will be a win for the town of Midland, its staff and council, as well as the merchants and customers serviced by parking spaces downtown. The story can then be used to publicize how well the town of Midland, the BIA, and the Chamber of Commerce are working together to create a business-friendly environment worthy of investment in the newly rejuvenated downtown. That's what I got so far.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Appreciate you both coming this evening. I see we have a few questions or comments. First up, I had Councillor Chesky, then Councillor Gordon, and Councillor Prost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys very much for your presentation. I felt the same way about the media release. I'll have you know, I got it at 4:52 and I sent an email with concern around 4:54 expressing my concern that that media release was released, knowing that the presentation was coming tonight. So I personally apologize to you guys for that timing. That was not appropriate, in my opinion. I agree with you. My gripe with downtown parking has always been, and if it's not an issue to you guys, it's not an issue to me, is the upstairs residential. You know, they can park in front of a store, and if there's nobody governing the parking, you know, they can invite their family and friends, Thanksgiving dinner, take up the entire street. And I know it's, you know, exaggerated, but just from that standpoint, I'm always concerned that people will take advantage and just take over these parking spots, and then stores won't have the ability to have flow in and out. So if that's, like I said, if it's not a concern to you, it's not a concern to me. I'm happy to put my name on your motion tonight and support it and put it forward to not enforce parking until September 1st. If I had a seconder, I'm not sure if we can do that tonight. I think we can. If I have a seconder, I would put that on the table. I'll let everybody else have the discussion before I put that forward, but I'm happy to support you guys tonight.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Deneau, did you have a comment? I see your.
The only comment I'll offer, the one comment I'll offer was the media publication certainly wasn't meant to embarrass anyone. And I hope Scott and Kathy, you understand that. I think we've had a great relationship in working with both of your organizations. That certainly isn't the intent. The intent was to educate our public because we got a tremendous amount of questions on how does the system work and where is it going to be employed? And that was the intent of the communication. And quite frankly, we went through a whole budget process answering every question about every project that we intend to deliver. And the projects need to deliver on time. When our suppliers can deliver some of our goods is a little bit out of the realm. We would have liked to have that communication, in fact, earlier to give our residents more time to understand what the system is like. If we have to finesse it about dates, that's fine, but the system is the system. And people need to understand how that's going to work. So that's what the communication is about. The impacts of delaying the parking system, I think council needs to understand that quite clearly. There's a tremendous amount of revenue that's tied to this, which offsets the tax levy. And there's a number of councillors here who wanted to, you know, propose a 0% tax levy increase. We haven't received any input on how to do that, but this is one of the mechanisms that we can have people who use the system, and not just residents, but visitors, people from other communities who are parking here, actually help contribute to the infrastructure of Midland. And delaying this 2 months adds about $233,000 potentially back to the tax levy. So you can do that. It's just you have to accept the consequences of doing that. So that is a tremendous amount of revenue that this town needs to help reinforce our reserves and reinforce the projects that we need to do. Now we'll go with obviously what the will of council is, but there is a tremendous financial impact.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. Next up, I have Councillor Gordon, Councillor Prost, and then Councillor McGinn. Councillor
Thank
Gordon.
you very much. Thanks for your presentation tonight. Not surprised at all to see it on the agenda. I know Scott and I had some communications as we do on social media, as did hundreds and hundreds of other people. I read all those comments. I have, a lot of email, a lot of personal messages, phone calls. I gotta tell you, I got probably almost as many for that land we're talking about selling tonight. But I'll tell you, the parking is a big deal. And I was one of the guys pushing for a 0% tax increase. I heard from way more people who wanted our taxes to be under control than even parking. So I recognize the fact that there's revenue lost for a delay, especially over a summer season where things start to open up again. However, I'm also sensitive to the concerns about curbside pickup, the quick in and out, and the 15 minutes. And I heard that repeatedly, pleas for that from residents and comments online and the people that emailed me, mostly online stuff, which prompted me to look at this going, I'm a compromise guy. There has to be a compromise. So one of the things you're asking for about that 15-minute once per day per plate is precisely a motion that I put in last week, in advance, so we can debate it and hopefully enact it tonight. And that's a change we can make to the policy, if I have enough votes tonight. The 1 hour in the back lots, I hadn't considered that. I was more just thinking 15 minutes globally. I'm open to suggestions. I don't support delaying it till September. We need the money. And I'm telling you, we need it. Otherwise, things are just going to cost more. What I would like to do, though, and this is an idea I floated online, is to see that we put together a reserve that contributes towards our parks, especially the infrastructure that we neglected that caused us to yank out all of our playground equipment, and also the maintenance on the parking lots themselves and the cost of the electricity and the taxes and everything else. I'd like to see parking paying for something that is directly based on what users pay for, rather than just dumping into general revenues. So with any luck tonight, the motion for the 15-minute grace period will pass. I too was a little bummed that press release came out, and I also sent an email about 5 minutes after I got it, because I thought, well, it would be nice if the first press release about this contained this amendment that I'm hoping to pass tonight, rather than us having to follow up, with a secondary one explaining, oh, well, what we told you about what it's going to cost you and the rules is all changed as of tonight. I think we jumped the gun. We could have waited till at least after this meeting. I know there's a sense of urgency, but it seems silly that we did it before this meeting when your deputation and ask is before us. And my motion was clearly published on an agenda for for the week, knowing that it was coming tonight. So unless staff believe that it's just no possibility it was going to pass and they just dismissed it, which I don't think that's how they were thinking. So I share your concern that I think we jumped the gun on it. I don't think it was intentional, and nor was it meant to be a slight, but I mean, hopefully it's a learning lesson for all when a topic is so fresh and people are clearly bothered by it. So I guess from my perspective, if you would like my motion, and I'm going to ask you right now, that I have tonight modified to include not just the 15-minute in and out anywhere on any of the lots, but an hour option for the back lots, I would defer to Mr. Reicheld, who I believe is probably in the wings somewhere, whether or not that's possible with the vendor. I did have some conversations to make sure that this thing I was dreaming up was actually possible. If it is, I'd be quite happy to amend my motion later tonight to satisfy what you're asking for, that 1 hour in the back lots and 15 minutes anywhere, once a day per plate.
Well,
would that be satisfactory?
We will wait for those questions when we get to your motion with regards to it's already, we're gonna have to amend it at that point. So we'll continue this discussion, but if you're more than welcome to amend that motion when we get to it, if that's all right with you, Councillor Gordon.
It is, but I really just wanted some feedback from our deputants tonight, whether
care to comment,
they would be okay with that.
Care to comment, Mr. Campbell?
I mean, we're certainly there. We're here for that ask. So if it gets past this particular moment in the meeting and comes back during your notice of motion, let's say it doesn't, nothing passes here, it gets put to your notice of motion and you include exactly the way we've phrased things, I'd be happy with that. We're still looking for, that delay, because it is, there is an educational component. There is going to have to be a time for people who are self-employed, who are working part-time, for that uptake in the permits that we've agreed upon. So can this all happen in less than 2 weeks before July 1st hits and everything gets going crazy downtown? There's going to be an influx of people. I understand you want to capitalize on some parking revenue over the course of the summer. We're already 6 months late in any revenue for 2021 as it is. At least a delay longer than the 2 weeks that's before July 1st would certainly be appreciated. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, the BIA is all here to help. We can help with your information campaign. We can help as a membership group talk to our customers and say, hey, look, this is the way it's going to be. But I honestly don't think that things are going to take hold as quick as sometime in the next 2 weeks. So, and I've looked at the bylaw that was talked about a couple of weeks ago. In there, there's some wording that states, an increase in enforcement as soon as the bylaw is enacted and the meters are live. Going from no enforcement to knowing that there's going to be increased enforcement in the next 2 weeks is, again, it's not perhaps I'm the only one that exhibits the foresight here, but it's not going to bode well for the downtown merchants. And the outlash on social media is a prime example of that. I mean, that's it. I guess I'll spend my money on Walmart now. People are pissed. They don't want to come downtown anymore. They don't want to, if that's the case. If the case is that they know that they're going to get increased enforcement, they know that they're going to get a $20 ticket if they don't make it back to their meter on time. It's not really the vibe we're looking for right now at the end of our global pandemic.
It's quite disappointing. They don't want to come down. We just spent $14 million on a new down Main Street.
I get it.
Sorry, they don't want to come down and support us, unfortunately.
Wouldn't it be nice
sorry.
Wouldn't it be nice to say, hey, come on down, take it easy for a couple of days. We're not going to charge you. We want you to look around. Look at all the changes we've made. Look at how pedestrian friendly it is.
Walk
around, see the new planters.
Ms. Tate?
Could I just add to what Scott said? I think because our businesses have just experienced some of the most devastating times that they probably ever will in their, careers as business owners. They are all feeling a bit desperate right now. Most of them aren't open to full capacity yet. And optically, this is the conversation I've had with many of them. Optically, it appears that as soon as perhaps this pandemic is moving behind us and they are able to open and hopefully going to be welcoming visitors and tourists back to Midland for the summer, that as soon as that time period happens is the same time period that these parking fees will be implemented. And optically, it just puts kind of a sour tone in the businesses' minds. That's just conversation I've had with many of them, and they feel that perhaps they need more support from the town, and that's what they're hoping for tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Post?
Okay, I support paid parking, but in this case, not until September. I think as a council, we need to support our merchants. They're our heart and soul of our community for us, for the residents first, and for our tourists. And they've just come through a time, like it's already been said, like no other. And I'm not one to spend anybody else's money very easily and say goodbye to $233,000. But in the big picture, I think we can figure it out. And I think we need to support the people that support this town every single day. I absolutely support waiting till September.
Councillor McGinn?
Very nicely said, Councillor Prost. So I support this motion 100%. Well, there isn't a motion, but I support what you were saying, but there is a motion coming from Councillor Gordon. 100%, Mr. Campbell. A point that I like to consider is the fact that, sure, we have a dollar figure on lost revenue from potential parking revenues. There is a real figure associated with a downtown merchant losing their business. There is an emotional figure. There is a tangible figure. There is also, I hate actually looking at a person and saying, tax-wise, this is what your business is worth, but it's true. So we have to support our downtown merchants. And this is just, it's a drop in the bucket. It is. It's a drop in the bucket of the ways that we can help. So thank you for bringing it to us. I support it 100%. And we need to back up the people downtown. And we need to say, yes, this is what you need. I am hopeful that our community is going to increase as it normally does with tourism. Downtown needs this. When it all comes out in the wash, and maybe it's going to take a couple of years, this is how we need to support our downtown, and I believe we can navigate it. I believe we can get through it together. So thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you very much, Ms. Tate, for coming and for talking to us and presenting it in the way that you did. Thank you also for those moments of passion that I saw in how you spoke. Thank you for not being stiff and starchy, because we do not need any more of that. We need raw, real, and emotional. Thank you very much. I support and I will advocate on your behalf.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Mayor Strathern?
I believe Mr. Deneau wanted to say something.
Yeah, if I may, Deputy Mayor.
Deneau?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to address the comment that this is a drop in the bucket. And I just want to reiterate, because this may come up again when we look at another matter this evening. I really need to take you back to the budget discussions, and Mr. Jeremy, our CFO, can chime in if necessary. The 2-month deferral we're talking about is about 0.7% on the tax levy. Like, we had a great, long debate about 2.5%. This is 0.7% for 2 months of parking revenue. That's what that equates to. This isn't a drop in the bucket. This is substantial. We also have reserve capacity that we are running out of. They go into deficit. Your reserve capacity to pay for the projects that are on the books right now for the town of Midland go into a negative capacity. We have to generate revenue in this town. We can generate it by growing. We can generate it by charging user fees. This is a user fee based model. It is not all paid by residents. It is paid by visitors and people from other municipalities who come here. So it is appealing from that perspective, and it is part of our sustainable strategy. If you choose to defer it though, you must understand that you're potentially taking 0.7% and putting that on the tax levy. That's the only point I want to make sure you understand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deneau. Mayor Strathern, and then, Mr. Jeremy, you got something to add?
Yeah, certainly. Just echoing the CAO's comments that when you move away from user pay, it does in turn flow back to the tax levy with the service like this. So that's we're talking $230,000 of lost revenue this year potentially. It's not an insignificant amount. It's certainly something that had been talked about thoroughly through the budget process. The user pay model for transit, when I look back at how it was messaged throughout the budget process, it was there the whole time. The model had been discussed with council. So a lot of this is not coming as news, I would suggest, but just echoing the CAO's comments.
Thank you very much, Mayor Strathern.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So just a couple points. First of all, there was a reference to big box stores. They buy the land, they service the land, they maintain the lots, and that's a cost that they incur. Typically, in the downtown core, the municipality puts the parking in place, maintains the parking, does all the winter maintenance, and any other maintenance that has to go on with respect to that. That's one thing that the municipality does. But the other thing that I think it's important to understand here is education was brought up. The BIA has has a council rep. That council rep sits monthly with the BIA. This is not a subject that just came up out of the blue. It's been a conversation for some time. The actual structure and so on of the system has been known for some time, and I would have hoped it would have been a matter of conversation between the BIA and our parking rep. I understand he met several times with the BIA and could have explained it, and this education process could have happened a lot sooner, including the notion that, geez, well, I need time to figure out how to navigate the permit system. This isn't all one. Communication is not a one-way street. It's a conversation. It's two-way at a minimum. And so to lay it on the municipality that, geez, you've done a lousy job of communicating this, I would say it's been a bit slow getting out to the broader public, but to interested parties, it's been going on for some time. And those interested parties could have spoken to their respective constituencies and made sure they know what was going on. Has it been tough in the pandemic? Absolutely. Everybody's felt it. Everybody, we get correspondence as public servants that is, frankly, is atrocious. It is something that nobody should have to put up with. And it's getting worse and worse and worse as things go on. Having said that, I'm sure that the merchants in the downtown have felt, because of the double whammy, the comments I've heard for the most part is, thank God we did the big dig when we did, because we had federal monies flowing in here that were significant in making sure that businesses survive and gave them time to actually adapt to a curbside pickup. I am empathetic to the notion that businesses that have gone to a curbside pickup have that momentum, and we should look at a means of dealing with that. I want council to understand, and I want the BIA and I want the chamber to understand that we did a 2.5% increase in taxes this year. Those were mandatory costs. There was no getting around those costs. And that was because the finance group here, including former CFO out of Barrie, who is now doing similar work in Aurelia, took a look at the debt, how debt was structured in this community, and did some very, very, very innovative ways of restructuring the debt situation down. We're not allowed to run a deficit. And if you take $230,000 out of what's projected revenue stream, we're going to have to draw down from those reserves that both the CFO and the CAO have said are perilously, they're going to run out. If you looked at the projections in the budget in 2023, those reserves are flatter than a pancake. That's not a good place to be. If you decide to forego 2 months worth of revenue from the meters, the system, you are going to add it to the levy in 2022. Believe me, it's going to end up on the levy. Unless you want to seriously, and this time seriously, propose program changes and reductions. So as you contemplate this, I have a lot of empathy. My father was a businessman in the downtown. He went through a lot of stressors as well with trying to manage cash flow and so on. I get precariousness of a number of the merchants downtown. I also get that a number of merchants downtown learned how to adapt to this and are doing fairly well. And as far as people coming up here when the pandemic's over, give your head a shake. They're already here. They've been here all winter. I talked to contractors who have not stopped working the entire time because nobody went home. They stayed. They don't want to go back to the city. A lot of the people, your day trippers and that sort of thing, yes, you'll see there'll be more of that happening. we're actually planning to have personal, contact events as early as the end of July, middle of third, fourth week of July. That's the projected target. That's projected. I haven't done yet. Thank you. So,
Point of order, relevance, Mayor.
Excuse me.
I understand your passion, but I'm asking the clerk for point of order. Relevance,
Point of
Mayor?
order. I haven't finished yet. So just
Councilor
chance
please.
So from my perspective, and this is a big ask. This is a huge ask, and you're going to put it on the levy as a consequence of what we're being asked to do here. 15 minutes, I get that. Okay, I can live with that. But as far as a deferral, I don't see that it's the right thing to be doing to the taxpayer of the town of Midland. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cunningham?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I really appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate Mr. Campbell and Ms. Tate coming here this evening. I also want to appreciate that we are going to be putting this out to Engaging Midland to get some feedback on how we can customize and accommodate for events and exceptions. One thing that stands out for me is the Seniors Bowling League. How do we manage those things that are going to be challenging, right? And a fixed income, how do you now pay an extra couple of dollars every time you go bowling? I also really support the free 15 minutes. While I don't support delaying till September 1st, I also don't support increased enforcement. Increased enforcement in the past has been known to be very detrimental. We have our parking fees Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and the rest of the time is free parking. The fees that we want to make are on those parking fees, not on those $20 tickets. The point of downtown parking is to make enough money to maintain our beautiful parking lots and streetscapes, not to make money to go into a budget. So if our budget is looking at those fees coming in for parking payments as opposed to tickets, fabulous, right? I just strongly do not support increased enforcement. I know in years past, there was a year where we made $53,000 in tickets and paid $53,000 to somebody to put those tickets out on cars. And it's completely opposite of what the point is about downtown parking. It is so that we can afford to maintain the beauty of those storefronts and our back lots. So I would support if there is a way, and I feel like there is a way to do free 15 minutes. Nobody has spoken up yet from staff to say that's not how the system works. I absolutely support that because it is a challenge when you're still in curbside to encourage somebody off of Amazon. I say get people out of the jungle and back into our downtowns. And I think the other thing that I want to point out is as locals, we're not used to the parking, we're not used to paying parking. When we have people visiting from Barrie, they're like, great, $1 to park in your parking lot. That's normal. Our locals are going to have a much harder time with this than those people coming up from the cities that are used to paying street parking and parking lot parking. So while this is hard, I think that it is a reality that we cannot drain our reserves. I mean, look at Collingwood, where their reserves have drained and it's affecting their development and they can't move forward. Their town is basically frozen. We don't want to be in that position.
Mr. Campbell?
Although I'm not totally ready to change the ask on this, I'm going to throw out a couple ideas. I hear that there is a 0.7% hit on the tax levy. We know that people from out of town will pay a meter if they see an open meter. We know that people from town will also pay a meter if they see an open meter. To Cher's point, if you delay enforcement and maybe delay implementation a month instead of, or a month and a half. So maybe it doesn't go till September 1st. Maybe it goes to August 1st. I mean, I'm throwing out ideas to maybe put in somebody else's head because I don't want to be the guy that's always coming up with the wacky ideas, right? So you delay implementation for until August 1st, and also perhaps enforcement. Take the garbage bags off. They look ugly. People will walk up and pay them, but maybe they're not going to get a $20 ticket if they're 15 minutes past their time. You're going to generate some revenue. We all know that. People are also going to overpay on these things. If you're there for an hour, chances are pretty good you're going to choose an hour and a half because you don't want to get a $20 ticket. So an extra 50 cents is better than an extra 20 bucks. But it gives us the time to then educate. And education is not just about this is how it works. It's also educates, this is where the money goes. Yeah, we're collecting supposedly $770,000 in revenue now that we have 1,100 spots that we're charging for. But guess where that money's going to? And then put out some design drawings of the new backlots. This is what your money's going to go to. It's going to support better looking lots. It's going to support better lighting. It's going to support a safer downtown in the back lots. It's going to, I mean, the education's not just about, well, where the heck do I get my pass from? I mean, it's a broader scope of what's going to make this town better. And it gives the merchants, you know, a bit of breathing room to adjust to the negative backlash that happens every time you put out a post that says, hey, guess what, everybody? This is the new rules starting tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Your worship.
Just to the enforcement piece, I ride around with Inspector Evans every 2 weeks or so. We just talk about things in town generally around and the COVID, the whole COVID thing. And the approach that the Solicitor General's office and the OPP have taken is one of education and warning. So it's conceivable, and the nice thing about the system, as I understand it, is license plate driven. So when you go and you go to a slot, your plate goes in the system, and so we can actually understand who's abusing the system to what extent. So if you stay 20 minutes over, or 10 minutes over, we understand what that is because especially in the lots. So I think there's a way that you can graduate enforcement. The word enforcement, just gets everybody's hackles up, but enforcement has various connotations and various degrees of severity. And if all you need to do is look at community safety and well-being plan, understand that there's different levels of approaching a problem. I suspect that you know, we could take to Councillor Cunningham's point, an education and warning perspective with respect to enforcement, and that at some point it then kicks in from the point of issuing a ticket. But from the perspective of getting the system up and running and getting people used to it, I look at it as there's no time like the present. From a variety of perspectives, cognizant of pressures that are on merchants, but you know, as a consequence of COVID. So I just offer that as a possibility that, as I say, enforcement comes in different forms. Initially, it's to your point, Campbell, education, and then caution, and then if people continue to abuse that, then there's fine. And so I'll leave that to staff and so on to figure out how they might deal with that. But that's a suggestion on my part.
Mr. Deneau, you had something to add?
You know, I think, again, I think those are all great suggestions. And I think it is, certainly from my perspective, I think it is important to get on with it because I think there is an educational component to actually using the system. The enforcement aspect, I don't think was ever intended to be severe from the day one. I understand exactly what you're saying, Scott, about what the bylaw may say, but I don't think that was ever the intent. I think we can make it more of an educational component, certainly. The system itself is extremely flexible. It's a digital system. So, you know, I think as the residents and visitors get more accustomed to it, and many already are because it's in use in other jurisdictions, you don't have to worry about going back to the car. You can load it from your phone. So you never have to worry about going over. You can monitor it from a smartphone. So most people will get familiar with that. That's the beauty of a system like that. I think it's, again, I'm anxious to get to a place where we can actually monitor and use all the features of this system so we can take advantage of events as Councillor Cunningham has said, when you do have a tremendous amount of visitors coming in, and quite frankly, they're used to paying a premium for parking, and to take part in an event that we're putting on, you can benefit from that. So that's where I think this will certainly help us, but we need to get there with the system. We need to get it in place. We need to get it familiar with. I think our bylaw, as the mayor has indicated, throughout COVID, we've certainly taken an educational component. This is no different. This is a new system. I think it's a vital system for our sustainability. I think it's a reasonable ask of our visitors and residents to do. If you want to include a 15-minute component, I think there's flexibility that we can look at in allowing that. But I would suggest that we get on with educating our residents and visitors on how this is going to be done, and obviously looking for their feedback through Engaging Midland, through our associations, and making sure we get it right. But and it will be fine-tuning, as all systems like this are.
Thank you very much. Councilor Olszewski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've heard from enough councillors that the deferral won't be supported. So I think putting that motion forward would be purely symbolic at this point. But I do think you hit the nail on the head when it comes to enforcement and trying to delay enforcement and not just hit people with the books right out of the gate. So if we could get some sort of commitment from staff, I see Mr. Reichelt on the line, that maybe things are softer until August 1st, maybe some ticket forgiveness. I'm not sure how the system works. But I'm happy to put the motion forward, but it's clear to see that it would be defeated at this point.
Mr. Reichelt, you care to comment?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. We can do whatever council wishes, and we can take a very soft approach. We can look at printing off warnings and whatnot. It's like I said, it's whatever council wishes. We have done that in the past, and there is a cost to it, as you know. But just let us know, and we'll do what you want.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Tate, any other last comments before we leave?
No, I appreciate you considering our request. I think that certainly myself, I look at it from the perspective of the business owners, because I talk to them on a daily basis, and they're trying to make sure that the downtown core is as welcoming as it can possibly be. And again, I say that optically bringing the parking fees in at the time when they're permitted to open after they've been closed, some of them for a year and a half, it is very unfortunate timing. And but I appreciate you considering the request.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell?
Knowing that there doesn't seem to be probably consensus on the appetite to defer until September 1st, I mean, I'd still, personally, I'm not going to be happy with that. I would dig my heels in and say, the bare minimum, you should defer it until August 1st. That gets everybody at least past the second wave of opening. I mean, we're only gone through the first stage. We still don't know what we're going to see in the next month. And to go straight from no enforcement to implementation and enforcement straight away, I think is, although it meets your budgetary requirements, I don't think realistically, from an emotional perspective of the town of Midland, it represents a positive move. So if I were to be a compromising guy, I would say limit, don't go for a 2.5 month deferral, go to a 1 month deferral. August 1st, let's get through the second stage of opening and see how that goes. Give some of the other businesses more of a chance to get back on their feet. Create a good news story saying that we're going to take time so that everybody can learn these things. Sure, take the garbage bags off. If somebody wants to come downtown and pay, then let them. But also inform people that the new rules and regulations won't really be starting until after the second wave of opening, and potentially August 1st as a date. I honestly think that July 1st is just going to cause more turmoil on social media. And unfortunately, everybody's emails blow up. I get that from just listening to the conversations today. Not just emails, but store owners are also confronted with it, real life, in person, face to face on a daily basis. So if you could do the 15 minutes and 1 hour and defer until August 1st, how's that for a compromise?
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Appreciate your time. Always a pleasure having you come to council. Ms. Tate, thank you very much. And we have a motion coming forward later this evening, so stay tuned and we'll see how the results are. Thank you so much for this evening, and we'll call this meeting to a close. We'll move on to the next item, which is items that are reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda for council consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moved by Councilor Chesky, second by Councilor Downer, that staff report CSR-2021-44, signed by bylaw amendment 8772, County Road 93, dated June 16, 2021, be received, and that council declined the application to amend section 6.1 of the sign bylaw or the replacement of a sign located at 8772 County Road 93, and not to allow an illuminated billboard to be erected. I'm not sure who pulled this item. Was it Councillor Cunningham, Councillor Gordon, both? Councillor Cunningham, you have a comment, question?
Yes, thank you. I did request that this be pulled because I would like us to amend the bylaw, sign bylaw, and accept this and approve it to go forward. I see this as being an attractive addition to the entry to the region of our Cultural Alliance, and a place to, at that first point of entry, let people know what they're coming into that is currently missing from our region. It's an attractive design. It's a low impact sign, and I appreciate staff's work on this. I also recognize that the bylaw is worded such that unless this comes to council to make an exception, then the exception is really not made. And so I think it is well within our realm to say, yeah, this is an attractive sign. We have billboards in town already that do not detract from our beautiful small town feel. And I think this will be another opportunity to show off our small town with some of the ways that we can promote what we have in store. Hashtag Cultural Alliance.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gordon?
Thank you. I also pulled this just in case. That's a backup plan. I also, in this particular case, don't support staff's position on this. I'd like to see this sign approved. I can't think of a better place for it, and hell, I'd actually like to see a second one potentially at the other entrance to Midland, even that area around King and 12. I mean, the 1293 corridor entrance, I don't know how many tens of thousands of cars traveled there every single day. Not just Midlanders, but our neighbors in Penetang, Tiny and Tay. That is the main intersection. And to have advertising that's as dynamic, and with their pledge to be selling those ad spaces to local businesses and attractions and cultural things and events and promotions, it doesn't get any better than an ad that'll change every 10 seconds. They've addressed the issue about it going, dim in the evening, so people aren't, staring at it driving into the rhubarb on the way back in the dark. They've addressed the issue about, I think they addressed it all, pretty much all when they pitched it to us. The one thing that, as I said, bothered me then was, that they were offering us free advertising on it, and I just didn't want that to taint the conversation at all. So, if this does, end up, I don't want to see us taking advantage of free advertising, because that had nothing to do with the decision. But in this particular case, I mean, I understand staff's position on it. It's all there. Anyone can read it. It's on the report. I just happen to disagree this time, and I think it would be a mistake to deny this. We are not a small, sleepy little town, Mayberry. We are trying to grow and attract growth, and we need growth to pay for growth. This is progressive. It's fantastic advertising. It's the way of the future, and we can't suck and blow at the same time. So we want to encourage people to come here and grow. Then we can't use excuses like it doesn't fit in our small town look and feel to deny applications. We just went through this at the last meeting about the guy's driveway, so we can't suck and blow in this. I think it's time for this to be approved. And this will be the first one like this in our area. Let's try it out. If it turns out to be a horrid mistake, well, it'll be the last one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gordon. Councillor Main, and then Councillor McGinn.
Well, I guess to turn a phrase, if we approve this, I think it will suck and it will blow. So I am in the opinion that this is not in the best interest of the community. I'm a strong believer of beautification. And to me, beautification is people, places, and plants. A sign is not a person, it's not a place, it's a flashy sign. And the fact that our bylaw says no billboards, that's perfect, that's great. There's many jurisdictions in North America and around the world that have banned billboards. Vermont, my favorite state, Maine, Hawaii, Alaska, cities around the world, Sao Paulo. So I would think that that's probably our best interest as well. So I wholeheartedly support staff's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Main. Councillor McGinn?
Well, thank you. So that was very interesting, Councillor Main.
Apologize, Councillor McGinn. It's very, very hard to hear you.
Oh, okay, I'll sit closer. So that was very interesting, Councillor Main. I had some of the similar thoughts that you had, and then so I appreciate where you're coming from, and I recognize where you're coming from. And then I thought differently, and I was working out of town, and then I was actually staying out of town at a camp in the Muskokas. And there is a sign on the 400, and it's lit up. And it really became paramount to me when I saw it that it wasn't actually an eyesore. I didn't find it offensive. It didn't change any. I am a hunter, and it didn't change any of the animals' patterns. And once I started considering that, it struck me that those questions had been answered for me when I asked about, I use the terminology lumens, which is not applicable for LED. So therefore, I decided that this is something I am going to support. And I just wanted to validate what you were saying, Councillor Main. I didn't want to refute it, but I want to validate where you're coming from. I think this is something that at that corridor, I had great hesitation at first, but I think this is something at that corridor that is going to serve us long-term well. And to back up and support and validate what Councillor Gordon said, and yes, if we find that it doesn't work for us, then we don't have to do it again. So moving forward, I am in support. So actually, I'm not in support of staff's recommendation, but I am in support of the original deputation and information that is given.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yep, thank you very much, Councillor McGinn. Madam Clerk, if you could clarify for me, do we need an amended motion, or by simply council voting this down, that will allow that, because it's that declined the application. So if we vote it down, we're actually accepting the application. Is that correct?
Just let me, so basically, sorry, just excuse me for a minute.
I just want to make sure I have the proper motion, because if I'm hearing correctly from majority, that they'd like to allow the sign and vote this down. And by simply voting this down, is this a yes to the billboard?
I think I think that question should probably be deferred to Mr. Campbell, I believe is the one that
Mr. Campbell?
Report as far as that. But yes, council could decline that motion. I'm just not sure whether that would enable the application to proceed.
Mr. Campbell?
Through your Deputy Mayor, no, we should have an amended resolution in changing the word that council accept the application to amend. Because if you just decline the recommendation of staff, the application is thrown out. So if someone would choose to amend the resolution to change the word decline to accept would be.
Wonderful. I'll see if any counselor comes forward with regard to that wording. Yeah, Madam Clerk, yes?
Yes, just for correction. So an amendment that would propose a direct opposite to the motion being proposed would be out of order. So council would need to either withdraw that motion that's under consider, or to vote it down and then bring forward a new motion.
I apologize. Sorry, council. You've heard from the clerk. In order to, because it's a direct opposite of what we're asking, of what the motion is, we need to, if we do choose to vote it down, a new motion will have to come forward to accept. And I'm not sure if that would come at the next meeting or if we could do that tonight, but just so you're aware that it needs voted down, then a new motion would come forward. Your worship.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just, it strikes me that what we're doing is passing an exception. Not that we're changing the bylaw holus bolus, but we're passing an exception for an existing sign to be moved and its composition changed. So it's going from a static, dilapidated looking sign to something that, I mean, and if you want to talk about a distraction, you drive by and look at it and with my vision, I'm looking at it to see what it says. So I'd rather have something that's nice and crisp and clear.
Sure.
So there's that. And then the second point that was made is that at some future point, it's going to be the light will be a problem. We have people across on the northeast corner of that intersection looking to put a plaza in. They've been looking to do that for years. So tell me which is the bigger distraction proposed in the future. So I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Gordon that I think this is worth doing. I mean, you see, I actually saw one. I didn't realize it was there at the new high school. And I drove by there. I don't know how many times I've not seen it. And then since this was on the agenda, I went, oh, there's a sign. So I'm not sure just how much of a distraction, and to Councillor McGinn's point, I went up and down the highway 400 enough times to see those signs. And I just wish they'd leave it on a little longer because I'm a slow reader.
Thank you.
So I'm going to support the new motion, not this one.
Councillor McGinn.
Just listening to Mr. Mayor, I guess because of the language of not supporting and supporting, I wanted to clarify that I support a new sign. That my going up north had me recognize that it's not that much of distraction. And then being up there, that the animal corridor was not interrupted. And I live 5 houses up the hill from St. T's. So thank you for recognizing that and have it kind of go, in the forefront of your mind that it's really not that big of a distraction. I just wanted to make sure that because of the language and because of the wording, that that my peers understood where I was coming from and that the public understood where I was coming from, where I'm thinking this would be a great sign for us to have. Not the old one, a new one.
Thank you. Councillor Downer?
Yeah, I have the privilege of traveling all over Ontario, and I see a lot of these signs, and they're beautiful. They really are. They're state of the art. They don't distract me in any way when I'm driving. I consider myself a pretty cautious driver, but I think it'd be a benefit to the town of Midland to have one of those in our town. So I would support it.
Thank you, Councillor Downer. So we've heard the motion. We need to vote this down, and then we'll have to bring a new motion forward with regards to accept the application to amend section 6.
I request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Main. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor? Sorry, yes. Deputy Mayor, just quickly, because we're going to be going on summer break and the meetings are stretched out, what are the odds of us getting a new motion on the floor tonight and then, presumably passing it? So we don't have to, stretch this out for another meeting. These guys probably want to get going, break ground and get this thing going before the tourists come up here.
my plan was to vote this down, and then until it's voted down, I can't really do anything. But once it was voted down, I was going to ask for a new motion on the floor, a seconder mover. We need 2/3 vote to vote on it this evening, but that was my next step with regards to the process. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but until we're voted down, I can't do much about that until then, but thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So a recorded vote's been called for, Madam Clerk?
Yes, so we'll start with Councillor Downer,
No.
Councillor Olszewski,
No.
Councillor Main.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Councillor McGinn.
No.
Okay. Councillor Prost,
No.
Councillor Cunningham,
No.
Mayor Strathern,
No.
Deputy Mayor Ross,
You're muted, Deputy Mayor.
Deputy,
I apologize. In favor?
okay. And who I missed here?
You.
Sorry?
Sorry? Did
Councillor
everyone
Gordon.
vote? Did
Councillor
someone not
Gordon.
get? Councillor Gordon.
No.
Okay, so that motion is defeated.
Defeated 7-2.
That's correct.
Correct. So if, with your permission, Madam Clerk, we would like to put a new motion on the floor. We would need that council approve the application to amend section 6.1 of the sign bylaw, or the replacement of a sign located at 8772 County Road 93, and allow for illuminated billboard to be erected. Would that be fine? I need a mover and a seconder. I have moved by Councillor Downer, second by Councillor Cunningham, and I would need a two-thirds vote for that to be allowed to put on the table this evening. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Am I following the proper procedure?
That's correct.
All those in favor of putting it on the table this evening? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's our 2/3, it's 7 votes. So it's on the floor. Any questions or comments with regards to this item? Or would you like me to read it again for clarification? Everyone's fine? Any questions or comments with regards to this item? I see none. All those in favor? So carried. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next item, we have surplus land, moved by Councillor Gordon, second by Mayor Strathern. That's staff report CSR-2021-47. Surplus land dated June 2nd, 2021 be received. And 1, that the proposed municipal land disposition bylaw be approved, and that the land sale bylaw 2008-78 be repealed. And 2, that council deem the properties identified in attachment 2 to staff report CSR-2021-47 as surplus to the town's needs. Any questions or comments with regards to this motion? Councillor Olszewski is claimed a conflict, has left the meeting. I will go to Councillor Cunningham, then I have Councillor Main, then Councillor Gordon. Councillor Cunningham?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I love that we're doing the work on dealing with and reallocating lands that are surplus. And I would still like to pull this because I'd like to see the property at 349 Lakewood Drive be removed from this list of lands to be surplus before this is approved. This has come before a previous council in 2014. There is a discrepancy about whether these are water access deeded lands, and I'm sitting here in Ward 3 looking at a part of our town that does not have a number of neighborhood parks, does not have sidewalks. Anything we can do to help our residents over here who are not going to see sidewalks and sewer, if ever, certainly not in my lifetime. I think that it behooves us to look at the services that they do have and not reduce them. So I would like to see property 349 Lakewood Drive be removed from the lands of surplus and be maintained as is. Whether that's a separate motion, the motion that I have is just to remove it.
It would be amended motion. So if you'd like to put an amended motion on the floor to accept all properties except 349 Lakewood Drive, we could put that on the floor if that's, and you would need a seconder. Second by Councillor Downer. So you've heard the amended motion. So it would be that the proposal of municipal land be approved except for 349 Lakewood Drive would be removed from that list. So the discussion will only be on the amended motion, not including 349 Lakewood Drive. Councillor Gordon, and then I have Councillor Main.
Thanks. I mean, I've got the same emails the rest of you guys did, and the phone calls, and you know, the text messages and the PMs. I was prepared to, you know, slug this out tonight. It doesn't seem like I'm going to have to. So, you know, we'll see how this amended motion goes. If it doesn't, I'll go back to my, you know, the war chest that I brought with me for this one. Again, I think staff didn't do anything bad. Some people suggested, you know, this is some kind of plot. It isn't. I understand the concept. You know, there is real money on the table. And again, I'm the guy, one of the few that was fighting for 0%, whether that was misguided or not. This is money on the table. However, it can't only just be about the money. So again, I'm not going to get into the whole thing unless this dies right now. But I do support this, and I will be voting yes to pull this one from our list of assets that we're considering divesting ourselves, you know, to, you know, strengthen, bolster our balance sheet.
Thank you. Mr. CEO, you had a comment, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, to members of council. I think it might be instructive if we allowed Emily Morton to make some comments on what this process actually means. Building a list of what assets we'd like to consider for disposition is certainly the process we're looking at. There's also been a great deal of staff work done on all of these properties, and I know there's lots of concern around the one particular property that we mentioned. Certainly from our perspective, and we're aware of some of the history in dealing with this property, we would just like to get clarity on a lot of these properties. Some of them require some zoning to you know, be dealt with, but certainly in the case of the one property we're talking about, 349, there's been a lot of historical perspective on this, but we're trying to deal with some facts about what actually is in process. So I think it would be instructive if we did allow Emily to make some comments on what the process actually means. And if you'd like additional details on the background on what was done with 349, she can provide that context as well.
Wonderful. Is it Emily Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Morton, you care to comment, please?
Hello, yes, I can provide comment. The process for this is just identifying potential properties. It's not meaning that we actually are going to dispose of these said properties right away. Like it was mentioned, there is rezoning that is required for some of these properties as well. It is, however, council's decision moving forward. So.
Wonderful, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Main? I see you have your hand up, Councillor Main.
Thank you. Yeah, before the stream of emails that came in on Lakewood, I also had questions about the other two open space parcels on Ingram Crescent. And I would love to hear staff's opinion on the Ingram Crescent and Penetanguishene parcels, because there's a couple of parcels there, and I would love to save one or two of them. And I know there's a huge rush, a huge need for housing, but I'm kind of a sustainable development guy. I love my housing, but I love my trees. And I think if with intensification, you can have your housing and your trees. And so I'm just curious to hear staff's thoughts on that one, because I was going to put forward one or two of the Ingram Crescent properties to also be removed from the list if we're discussing removals of surplus lands. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell?
Through you to Councillor Main, those properties are service building lots today, and the exercise we went through is what lots would be suitable to raise cash, because, that's really the direction that, council implied us to do, is to look at how can we offset tax increases. So we chose viable lots, and all the viable lots, including 349 Lakewood, are not encumbered by any title issues.
You got a follow-up, Councilor Main?
Yeah, so I guess from the backstory, so there's some opinions that there may be deeded access to Lakewood, but for the Ingram Crescent, were those just, I don't want to say leftover parcels at the time, or were they were deemed open space as part of the subdivision development? I just would hate to renege on something that we have this beautiful portion of the neighborhood as green space, and then but if you're saying that they ran lines and services but just didn't develop, that changes kind of the discussion on that parcel.
Mr. Campbell?
Clearly, when those subdivisions were built, these lots were deeded to the town for whatever purposes the town had, and green space was part of that consideration. The town, though, we did our parks master plan, and that indicated we have a surplus of parks space in certain parts of town. And, this subdivision, on Cook Drive has a parkette in it. So the lots on Cook Drive and Pentanguishene, to have another park a few feet away from another park, is why staff are saying our recommendation is to surplus it and use it for cash reserve purposes. The Ingram subdivision, that's an older subdivision. Again, those lots and connection down to Cook Drive is at the other end. We've made some connections. So those lots are viable building lots, and that's what we are looking at. We could always say we love green space and have more green space, but the request and staff are saying is, how else can we raise cash if we aren't raising property taxes? And selling assets is one of our mechanisms. The town hasn't chosen that mechanism in the past. So the question really to council is this time and in the town's history, time to look at getting rid of some of our properties. Many other municipalities are doing it, because that's the opportunity. So really, council, it's in front of you. We can raise, I would expect, over $1 million on these properties that we've put forward. As council reduces that list, that cash opportunity reduces.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. CO, you had a comment?
Sorry, the only thing I was going to add was on the 349 property, and Emily can give you specifics if you like. We did search to see if there were any records of deeded access. We were not able to find any of that. I think through the clerk's office, we also searched the TAY records, which transferred to us when those properties came over, and we didn't find any records there as well.
Thank you so much. Councilor Main, you had a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. Well, for the Ingram properties, if we deem them surplus, are we able to kind of like save a little chunk to connect Pentanguishene Road to Ingram Crescent? There's a footpath there, formalizing a pathway into a formal pathway. Would that be done at a subsequent phase, or would that be done now, severed, and then those parcels later then sold? I'm stuck on these Ingram properties. I know a lot of people want to talk about Lakewood, but
Mr. Campbell?
The step in the request of council today is one to pass a revised policy on how we declare property surplus and go about getting those onto market. So that is the first recommendation. The second recommendation is just to declare the property surplus. We'll have to come back to council with rezoning on these, and certainly through that process, there's again opportunity for public input and consideration for taking that property and putting an easement over them. Those can all be done at that later date. We don't need to decide on that today, in my opinion, because there are 2 more decisions on each of these properties to come back to council. One would be a zoning, and a second would be an agreement to sell. So there's two more times these properties will be in front of you, and staff can take the comments today from you as we go through and prepare for those next two processes.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mayor Strathern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Mr. Campbell's pointed out, the first step is to surplus. If we don't, and in that step, we authorize staff basically to take the time to make the effort to look at the appropriate zoning, maximize the value of the asset that you may or may not choose to sell. You might, for example, choose to deem it for another purpose, or you may choose to sell it at that point. But the first step is to surplus. As far as, and Mr. Campbell made a point that I think is should not be lost on us. We have a significant, and the planning department has made this point year on year on year, significant parklands in this municipality, to the point where it is virtually impossible to maintain in a lot of ways. We've now have a Parks and Trails master plan with a price tag over 20 years of about $17 million if we were to execute on all of it, which I suspect that will evolve and change as we go on, and the price won't get any lower. So there's an opportunity here to take and get the highest and best use from an asset, redeploy that asset into the same. So these are open space. We could say, okay, we want these monies to go into a parks reserve, for example, so that we can start to implement some of the programming elements that people are really looking to have done. Playgrounds, maybe one, I don't know. So it's basic, and it's not too dissimilar to the decision to, in selling an asset known as MPUC to Newmarket Tay. The functionality has, in some respects, improved. Performance is something that we talked about at the last committee meeting. But fundamentally, what happened there was we ended up with two bank accounts, basically two reserves. One that allowed us to bridge finance the main street and will allow us to bridge finance other projects. And the second is one where we put it in as like a legacy fund, and you may have them switched around, but basically you're living off the interest after taking into account inflation. By taking that asset and changing what it looked like, we end up in a much better place. And this is basically what staff are talking about here. They say surplusing lands. The final disposition will come at a subsequent or a later point. And I think it's important to recognize that. As far as Lakewood goes, I know the property, and some people have said, well, it's not developable, but I can tell you that it probably is. It's 100 feet of shoreline. And the property across the street was purchased by the neighbor, Mrs. Houghton, who was rather upset that our crews went through it. Destroyed her frog habitat in the drainage ditch, and so, but I think she understands now the why of it and how of it. But they bought the property next door, which was surplus back in 2014, and the neighborhood enjoys it. I would say, where I live, we have all bought property that's common element, and we maintain it. The town has nothing to do with it. And this actually used as a municipal pathway. I see people on there. I have no idea who they are. I don't know what kind of dog it is they're walking, but as long as they pick up what the dog leaves behind and they're courteous, we allowed them to do that. And so we took that upon ourselves. I suggest to the residents of Lakewood, they have that opportunity as well, if they choose to. In fact, we've had expressions of interest within that group about purchase, but I won't say anything more about that. The point is that from a town perspective, where you have 17,000 residents, you have 8,000 structures, and you have all these assets, and you have the financial condition of our reserves as such as they are, and demands on them, we do need to listen to the council of staff when they look at where and how they can use land. So unless there's something extremely urgent about keeping a property, I would go so far as to suggest that you go through and you surplus from the town's needs, because it's not, the town doesn't have a need for that property at 369 or 3. Well, you know the one I'm talking about. But it sounds like the residents do. So, I mean, but surplus it, do the title searches, have a look at what's going on there, and make an informed decision rather than some people who claim that the real estate agent told them that they had deeded access. We don't see evidence of that, but we'd like time to look at it. We'd like time for staff to go through, and then we can also then take a reflection upon that and decide what is best for the broader community, not just the residents of Lakewood.
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Gordon, and I'll go Councillor Cunningham, and we'll call the vote.
Thanks. I guess I'm just going to echo actually what the mayor just said, which is, you know, we don't often align on things, but this is a deferral. We can't kick this down the road again. This isn't fair to the residents, that every time a council changes and it comes back on the topic, they have to come up in arms and try and have this stopped. At the same token, if we're not going to turn it into, and the town's not going to assume control of it and turn it into a park or whatever, and it's going to be on our books, then divesting somehow, once we make sure that there's no legalities that we're getting in front of, needs to be done in an open and fair manner. So, like, technically, it should go on the MLS. Like, it wouldn't be fair to the 17,000 other residents in Midland to make some backroom pocket deal and sell it to the fine residents on Lakewood, so they can preserve it for their access. That it just isn't fair. It's an asset that belongs to all Midland, and it should go on the open market, and whoever buys it, buys it. And if they get together and they have the highest bid and get it, then that's fantastic. But this is where we have to be really careful. And we watched this happen in last term with the Bay Street, deal for the brewery that didn't happen. This has to be done in an open, transparent manner. So we need time to find a solution for this land that's fair and equitable to everybody, to make sure we don't get an egg on our face because there actually is a title somewhere or deeded access in someone's deed. And we also need to protect the rights of the fine folks on Lakewood that have been using this, and whoever else goes down there and uses. I didn't even know it existed until this week. To make sure that there's an opportunity for them to get it legitimately, if the town isn't going to keep it. So the reason why I wholeheartedly support pulling this is not just to kick it down the road for another council to decide and then have this whole thing revisited again. It's to come up with some final plan that makes sense and is fair for everybody involved. And that's the reason why I'm supporting having it pulled, not as a, again, not at a poke at staff or, oh, how dare you. As much as I'm 100% for parkland and waterfront preservation wholeheartedly, we need to look at this responsibly and make sure that we're making a decision that's best for all residents of Midland, not just the people who happen to, be using this and taking good care of it and enjoying it in their neighborhood. So I'm 100% for pulling this tonight, but I don't want this to just vanish. We got to have the conversation and offer some finality to the residents so that they don't have to keep, lighting torches every 4 years and coming to council and try and save their parkland or their woodlot. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Councillor Cunningham, final word, and we'll call the vote.
Thank you. Yes, and to agree with Councillor Gordon, it is about having a separate process for this land, recognizing the needs and history on it. It's not so much about the deeded water access to me, and it's not black and white. This is already on our books. It to me is about not reducing services. Rather than spending $1 million creating a playground in underserved side of town, it is expensive to create playgrounds and create things into parks, add parking, do additional maintenance. We're looking at keeping this as a naturalized waterfront that the residents are caring for. And so I'd like to see that, some like they see a playground up in Sunnyside too. These little neighborhood parks are part of what make small areas of our town little neighborhoods, which is why we haven't heard of these, is because it is a neighborhood resource as opposed to a greater town resource. So I continue to just reiterate that I see this being pulled from this report and being dealt with, as Councillor Gordon said, with some finality in a separate way.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cunningham. You've heard the amended motion. Councillor Main, final word.
Point of order. I wanted to suggest adding the Ingram Street properties to be removed from the list, but I don't want to amend an amendment. So we'll vote on Councillor Cunningham's, and then I will subsequently put forth.
I don't think you will be able to. I don't think you'll be able to.
You can only amend it once, right?
Well, you'll need a seconder to amend. Madam Clerk, would you help us out here?
Yes, sure. So council can vote on the amendment that's on the floor right now. I believe
Yes.
that one is moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Downer. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes,
And
it is.
then once that is voted on, then if Councillor Main wants to present another amendment to the motion, that can also be presented in.
Okay, thank you.
Recorded vote if I
It would-
could too, please, Madam Clerk, for this this amendment.
So for the amended motion, we have recorded vote.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Strathern, final word.
Would you please reread the motion? I'd like to know what I'm voting on here.
Yes, the motion reads, apologize. That staff report CSR-2021-47 surplus lands dated June 2nd, 2021 be received, and that the proposed municipal land disposition bylaw be approved, and that the land sale bylaw 2008-78 be repealed. And that staff deem the properties identified in attachment 2 minus 23249 Lakewood Drive to staff report CSR 2021-47 as surplus to the town's needs. Your worship.
It sounds to me like if we're passing basically the modified main motion, and once that's passed, there's no opportunity to amend anything. It's passed.
That's
So
how I took it, but
I think the clerk is now agreeing with that. Madam Clerk.
So the initial motion was moved by Councillor Gordon and seconded by Mayor Strathern. And then
Correct.
Councillor Cunningham proposed an amendment, and
yes,
and Councillor Downer seconded that amendment. So the amendment, which is now the subject of the vote, would be with the exception of 349 Lakewood Drive. So that is now what's being considered.
correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
And if that's accepted, then the main motion would read with the exception of Lakewood Drive. And
Right.
then, okay.
So how does Councillor Main, who also has an amendment that he'd like to add to the process with regards to Ingram Crescent, how does he get that onto the floor? And I guess he would need a seconder also to get that.
That's correct. So the initial motion would state with the exception of 349 Lakewood Drive. And if that is
Correct.
voted on, then Councillor Main can present an additional amendment to the main motion to add those additional properties as well. And then the final motion would read with the exception of 349 Lakewood Drive and the additional properties that are being proposed.
All right, thank you. So you've heard the amended motion. All those in favor, or we have a recorded vote requested, Madam Clerk?
Okay. Okay, so Deputy Mayor Ross.
Yes.
Councillor Prost?
Yes.
Councillor McGinn?
Yes.
Councillor Olszewski?
Oh, he can't vote.
He took.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me.
Yeah.
His
Okay.
heart says yes.
Councillor Main?
Yes.
Councillor Gordon?
Yes.
And Mayor Strathern.
Yes.
So that.
And I'll vote yes as well. Madam Clerk, I'll vote yes as well, please.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
And Councillor Downer wasn't called.
apologize. Okay, thank you. Yes.
And Councillor Downer.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies that our new civic web system populated those spots on me.
All good.
So, okay, the motion is carried.
Your last meeting, you can do anything you want. We're not going to hold anyone responsible for anything. You can do anything. You want to call the meeting, want to call adjournment? I'm in.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Councillor Main.
Thank you. I'll put forth a a very short motion that we also remove the 2 Ingram properties. And I want to just say, learning from experience, Penetang Machine is an amazing community. We love Penetang. There was a subdivision where several of these open space wood lots were sold off 30 years later, and it really changed the character and nature of the neighborhood. And I'm a very strong believer of natural capital assets. It's a new concept. They're trying to quantify the positive value of wood lots and trees. And so some of these open spaces, they're not parks, they're passive. We have massive wood lots in town that are open spaces, Tiffin. And so I really want to retain a little bit of woods. I mean, we're talking about the Grove neighborhood to the south. It has playgrounds, but it doesn't have a grove. You cut down all the trees, right? So by retaining some urban woodlots, I think it maintains the character and nature of the neighborhood. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So
You're here, John. I support that.
what's your motion, Councillor Main?
The removal of the 2 Ingram properties from the surplus land list.
Do you
And
have a seconder for that?
sounds like Councilor McGinn. Thank you.
Councillor McGinn, any questions or comments with regards to this amended motion? I had one question if I could. It's a quick one, so I won't give up the chair. Mr. Campbell, at one time, if I remember correctly, we made a trade with somebody on for lots on the town of Midland. I'm thinking maybe about 6-8 years ago. Are these the lots in question? We made a trade with a developer on Cook Drive, I believe.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, my understanding is we just traded lots side by side on the Penetang Machine Road part. So,
all right, so it's not the same lots.
We just flipped the location, is my understanding.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was the same ones. Thank you. Any other questions or comments with regards to this item? Madam Clerk, you have your hand up.
Yes, just clarification. With respect to the 2 properties, I'm just looking for the numbers, the property numbers, because unfortunately I'm not able to get out of my system.
It's 1037 and 1041 Ingram Crescent.
Okay, and just another, just because with the exception of those 2 properties, but is council referring it back to staff? I'm just looking for some action on those 2. So I'm just.
Councilor Main, what did you want to?
No, I would think we just remove them from the surplus and they would just stand as open space, but.
Okay, I guess we need a formal amended motion if we could, Councilor Main. So the wording would be that that's the proposed municipal land be approved and that the land sale bylaw 2008-70 be repealed and that council deem the property identified in attachment 2 not including 1037 and 1041 Ingram Crescent as surplus land for the town's needs. Is that correct? Councilor Payne? Sorry, you're muted. Yes?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
That was moved by Councilor Main, second by Councilor McGinn. Your worship, you had a question or comment?
I'd just like to reiterate that these have sat for some time. Staff have done an assessment of the parklands that are available within the municipality. And it's their opinion that these are surplus to the needs of the municipality. And if we are going to continue to pare down the recommendations of staff and trying to get to some fiscal stability in the community, what's the point? I get the natural capital thing. I worked in that field for years and years and years. I understand that. We have just a huge amount of space. We just had 100 acres granted to the town through the seasons process. That I don't know how the heck we're going to be able to maintain that and not incur a huge amount of liability as we go forward. To be able to achieve the Parks Trails Master Plan in any meaningful way, we need funds to do that. And so these 4 lots that sit there can be developed in a way where and it preserves the feel and look of the neighborhood. And I think it would be a mistake to continue to erode the recommendations on surplusing of property that staff have put forward after thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Worship. Any other questions, comments? I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the amended motion? I see all opposed. It's not carried. So Madam Clerk, do we have to refer back to the original motion, or are we good on this item now?
Yeah.
That was voted down.
Yes, so adding 1037 Ingram and 1041 Ingram was defeated. So
Correct.
now the main motion as amended would be read. And that would include the exception
Okay.
of 349.
So the main motion would be referred to as moved by, it's the same mover and seconder, moved by Councilor Gordon, second by Mayor Strathern, that staff report CSR 2021-47 surplus land dated June 2nd, 2021 be received, and that the proposed municipal land disposition bylaw be approved, and that the land sale bylaw 2008-78 be repealed, and that council deem the property as identified in attachment 2 minus or removal of 349 Lakewood Drive to staff report CSR 2021-47 as surplus land, as surplus to the town needs. Sorry about that. Any questions or comments with regards to Councilor Main?
Thank you. Yeah, fully support all the other ones on this list. Queen Street is quite an interesting one. William Street, I had two questions. So the William Street, we've resolved the retaining wall. Is that retaining wall on the Javelin side, or is it a part of this triangular parcel? And the other question is Ontario Street. I love this parcel. It's an amazing little L shape that is going to be able to deliver on some excellent housing, and it's cleared. So the question about the Ontario Street is, if we deem it surplus, but want to save it for, say, a partnership with a Habitat or the county Simcoe housing or whatever, we can surplus it and then deem it to be used for that later. Those are the two questions. Thank you.
And I believe the answer to the second one is yes, it's a 3-step process. So that'll come down the road. But I apologize, Mr. Campbell or Mr. Sobel want to answer? Mr. Campbell?
Through you, yes. Well, how each of those parcels gets sold and to whom, or who has, you know, if council wishes to consider those parcels to be donated to somebody, you know, that's a separate process we'll get to later, because the majority of these parcels need to be rezoned. They don't have the highest and best land use on them. So we'll be going through that process, and I would hope we bring in a report back on that in August or September. But it'll be the new director's role to see how that fits into his list.
But to the question of 611 William Street, that parcel contains the retaining wall that we invested in the last couple of years beside Javelin Co-op?
That, Sean, you might be able to answer that, because I wasn't here when it was built.
Yeah, it does. Right? But it's a 3-way cost sharing between the two other properties that are there. So whoever buys that property would own a portion of the wall.
Thank you, Mr. Barrio.
Thank you.
Mr. Main, Councilor Main, follow up? No. Any other questions and comments with regards to this item? Councilor Gordon.
Thanks. I just want to say, you know, Ingram's right around the corner from me, right behind my house almost. And I just wanted, I didn't really comment on that one, but those are fully serviced, ready to go lots. And as I hear Councilor Main tell us a lot, you know, as our resident planning fan guy, is we're supposed to be pursuing intensification, not sprawl wherever possible. So these are ideal lots for a single family dwelling, or, you know, potentially a duplex. I don't know, probably the people in Ingram are like, not a duplex, but you know, something for housing in Midland, because God knows we need it. So I see the waterfront one that we got pulled is very different, 100 feet of shoreline of Georgian Bay, for heaven's sake. is a very different animal than a fully serviced lot in the middle of town, by the hospital, by the high school, you know, on an arterial road. So just for clarity, that's why I think we should consider those as candidates. What I wasn't clear on was the response Mr. Campbell gave to, I think, what was asked was, are we able to put a zoning onto one of these other surplus lands? And I'm not suggesting it would be the Ingham ones, maybe the Ontario. Is there a zoning that would attract affordable housing, you know, multi-store or multi-floor affordable housing? Is there a zoning that would kind of dictate that without getting into inclusionary zoning? Because I'd love to see something like that on these surplus properties.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, you're asking a planning question. I'm sure there's a designation other than rural, but again, we'll be going through that process as a public process, and we can have that discussion at a later date.
Wonderful. Is that fine, Councillor Gordon? Mayor Strathern?
Just going to say there are a lot of conditions around that type of housing that go beyond just the zoning, and I think the zoning is a consideration. Of course, you can't have an open space and then put a house on it. So I suspect the type of zoning that we're looking at placing on these properties would satisfy that criterion. There are a whole series of other criteria in terms of selling price or rental price where they fit relative to market, and that's set by CMHC, and it's quite a process actually. It's very, very complicated, but I think the process we're going to go through would satisfy them, Councillor Gordon, from what I've learned so far, talking to both the county and to the consultant that's working on the housing committee.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And anything we can do for that initiative is worth it.
Yeah.
Well said. Madam Clerk, you had a comment?
Yes, I know I raised the same question when council was considering the income crescent properties, but council, I believe, was looking for staff to bring a report or something back or look into 349 Lakewood Drive. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that it's not just left open-ended.
At some point, I believe some report would have to come back, but I'm not sure if this is the time or place to request that. It's not part of the motion, but maybe we could add something.
I guess I was just wanting to know if that was what council's wish was. And
I think the wish was not to, as simply as we don't want it to be as surplus lands at this point until we're able to have more time to review and find out whether there is in fact deeded property or other factors that may affect that land, if I'm understanding correctly. Is that Your Worship?
My understanding from Councillor Gordon's comments, and I believe Councillor Cunningham was in agreement, that we were wanting staff to take a look at this and not some point in the, for the next council, it would be dealt with at this council, looking into whether there's any implied or actual deeded access on title, and then to discuss options with respect to disposition fairly soon. And so the clerk asked me, and I said to her, that on that basis I voted yes. So and I stand to be corrected, but I believe that's what was said at the time. And so if it's not, it needs to be. Clerk is pointing out that needs to be placed in this motion in order for it to happen.
Well, that's another amendment. So I guess we need another amendment brought forward. That would be indeed the case. So we have Madam Clerk. I'm getting I thought we were to the end of this, but what process do we need to do now?
My apologies.
No,
I could just add to the end of that. So it says, with the exception of 349 Lakewood. Hold on, sorry.
It's all right.
And that staff be directed to, bring forward a report for council's consideration with respect to 349 Lakewood Drive to a future meeting
for consideration.
Okay. So is that fine with mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Gordon, second by Mayor Strathern. You're fine with that added wording? Mr. Deneau?
Yes, and again, I think this this wording will allow us to hopefully bring clarity to the situation, because I know there's certainly a lot of different perspectives on that. And again, I think what I certainly encourage this council to do is let's deal with this property. Let's give these residents some clarity on exactly what the situation with it is, and we can determine what you want to do with that property. But right now, it seems to come up every 4 years that there seems to be some clouded information around this. I certainly encourage us all, let's deal with it. And again, I think this will allow us to do that.
Agreed. Councillor Gordon, you're fine with the change of wording? It's 10:10. I'd like to at least get a vote on this in the next 5 minutes. So if we could move forward. Councillor Gordon, please.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to reiterate to the mayor, yes, that was the intention, not just to pull it and then forget about it again and let it pop back up every 4 years, or, this is a service to everyone, the whole community. So we didn't want to have it surplused and just be part of this process. So now let's look at it from a focused perspective. Let's find out where we stand legally, where the residents stand legally. Maybe even make it the subject of some public input on engaging Midland on what people would like to see done with this property, and then take some direction from the residents. I think at the end, it's probably going to end up being divested from the municipality in some capacity, unless we choose to keep this beautiful 100 feet of shoreline in our reserves of property. But how we do that, and to make sure that we're not, infringing on any or impinging any rights or historical access or natural heritage, because I think there's a stream going through it and there's sure a lot of trees. There's a lot of things we need to look at before we make a decision, which is why I totally supported it coming off tonight. Let's take a really laser focused approach, and that's very unique, lucrative piece of property that's obviously near and dear to many people's hearts in town. So you weren't misled at all, Mr. Mayor. You voted I think the way you believed it was going to happen, and that's what I intended to. So I'm glad to see this direction going to staff.
Thank you. So you're fine with the added wording, Councillor Gordon and Mayor Strathern? Any other questions or comments with regards to this item? All those in favor? So carried. Thank you so much. Next item up, we have the COVID-19 update. Mr. CEO to provide a verbal update.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to members of council. Just I'll try and be brief with my comments. Obviously, I think we're all seeing the benefits of the vaccine take up by our residents, certainly in Midland. We haven't seen a case, I believe, since June 4th is what I think I had on my information. In Tay, June 10th was the last time they saw a case. Tiny hasn't seen a case since May 26th. And in Penetanguishene, June 15th, they had a minor outbreak there, but things certainly seem to be well under control, not only within Simcoe, but within the rest of the province. We did enter step one, I'd say fairly smoothly. The announcement was made and the regulation followed a number of days afterwards. So we did get some questions from associations and businesses around exactly what they could do, but the regulation followed a little bit earlier in this week, and we were able to clarify a lot of that information. So I think everyone's adapted to that fairly well, and I think everyone's feeling fairly confident that on July 2nd we'll enter step two, which will see an increased number of people. We'll see personal care, so can finally get a haircut hopefully, and take care of some other events. So outdoor cinemas, libraries can open, and some outdoor event spaces can also open on July 2nd. So that's provided the province reaches that 70% threshold for adults, 70% to get their first vaccine dose, and 20% to get their second vaccine dose. And I think currently we're around 65 for first dose and about 13% for second dose. So there's lots of encouragement to get that second dose. In terms of what's happening at our facility here in Midland that we're hosting the health unit in, there's about 600 doses administered daily at that facility. So 5 days a week, 600 doses are being done. They're going to add another day, I believe, to that rotation. So about 3,600 doses per week are being done. So again, fabulous work being done by the health unit, and of course, our team at the rec center supporting them and keeping that facility open. They're also hosting specific clinics for the Indigenous community there. I think they did that this past month as well. So good to see that they're doing that outreach as well. In terms of the COVID impact on the town, you've seen us adjust our services as we normally do. We're anticipating what we have to do for step 2, and again, the regulations might change, so we'll react to that as quickly as we can. But I wanted to just make you aware of some of the impacts we're seeing with COVID on the supply chain side, because again, I think it's important when you look at some of the services that we're certainly trying to deliver. In our budget, we have a number of projects we're trying to complete, and a lot of those projects are dependent upon getting bids from contractors and getting supplies in place. If you saw some of the news today, you're seeing an incredible escalation in prices. We're all aware of what's happening with lumber prices as an example, but it's happening in a lot of commodities, if you can get them. If you're trying to get a vehicle, like we are for some of our replacement vehicles, that is probably not going to happen, certainly for us, maybe towards the end of this year if we're lucky. So replacing some of those things will be difficult. Some of the quotes we're getting back are way beyond what we had budgeted because of the price escalation. So what that introduces to the town is a bit of churn, certainly, where you have to reevaluate those projects, see if you can come at it a different way, if you can scale it back, and in some cases, perhaps even come back to council and ask for council direction on those. So that is kind of a fact of what's happening today. I think what we might see is we might see some of our projects have to be pushed out to possibly next year, and unfortunately that will result in a tremendous amount of work having to be done in a year just to catch up on some of these projects, because some of them are infrastructure projects. So that is just the reality of kind of the situation with escalating prices that we're seeing, a very hot market for a lot of things, and the economy really roaring back. On a positive side, I think we're all looking forward to being able to reconnect with people, and hopefully we can continue to do that. So I think I'll end with that comment, and certainly welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deneau. Any questions or comments with regards, Councillor Main?
All I was going to say is, because we're going to have an outdoor summer, our parks are looking amazing. So thanks to everyone for all their hard work. It looks incredible.
Thank you, Councilman. I was at Little Lake Park just before council, and I saw everyone out there enjoying, in a spaced way, a tremendous park. And I think it's just such a unique asset. It's so beautiful.
It's been very busy down Little Lake this year. It's been fantastic. I love it. Councillor Gordon?
Thanks. I know this is always like a little free for all here, because you can tie almost anything into COVID. Perhaps Mr. Deneau can speak to that really cool little sign behind over his right shoulder that says your speed, as well as our speed trailer.
Thank you. Maybe I'll defer that to Mitch, since I did borrow it from his office, and I've actually borrowed his chair that I'm sitting on.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Gordon. So that is the new sign, the Postponement sign. We just got it in a week or so ago. We've just finished programming it and making sure everything's up to snuff. Just waiting on some final pole mount hardware for it, and then we will be getting it into the rotation with the other speed trailer. So it'll be going in locations where we want to collect data over longer periods of time, locations that it's maybe not as safe to have the trailer set up because right-of-way widths aren't as wide, things like that. So you should expect it out in the next week or two, and we'll start collecting data. And the other trailer is out and around town, and it's doing its thing. We've had it in stealth mode a little bit, and I know it's caught the attention of a few people thinking it's not doing its thing, but we're looking forward to see the different types of data we get when it's in stealth mode. Are we getting the true data when it's showing you the speed versus not showing the speed? So real excited in a couple weeks or so to have a good analysis of what those numbers are.
Quick follow-up, if you could. that pole mounted sign, is that one that we'll be able to use year round, unlike the trailer, which takes a winter hiatus?
Well, we can definitely extend the term. It is a solar powered sign as well. So, we do have to factor that in with snow loads on the sign and mount itself. I don't want to say at this time it can be a full year round thing, but definitely the seasons can be extended for sure.
Thank you, Councilor Gordon. A little off topic, but appreciate the update, Mrs. Sobel. Thank you. Any other questions, Councilor Downer? I saw you with your card up, sir.
Is now a bad time to talk about speeding and excessive noisy vehicles, or do you want me to bring that up later on?
Maybe bring it up later on.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilor Downer. Any other questions with regards to the COVID update? I see none. All right, we move on to notice of motion. Anyone have a notice of motion bring forward? I see none. Announcements, general announcements. Councilor Downer may want to bring something up with, this might be your opportunity, Councilor Downer.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm getting quite a few calls on speeding and excessive noise of vehicles. For example, Dodge trucks running straight pipes right from the engine without any baffles early in the morning up around Victoria Street. And there doesn't seem to be anything done about it. The same people are calling me over and over again. I'm just wondering if the OPP could be made aware of this. They say they're being called. I don't know. I don't have any idea whether they are or not, but it's an ongoing problem. And I just wondered, we have a traffic calming report somewhere in the archives. How is that coming? Are we working on it, or what's the rollout on it? Can anybody answer that for me?
Your Worship, I know you travel with the inspector monthly. Is that something that's discussed with regards to speed of traffic and the noise?
He's actually very keen to deal with people who are driving noisy vehicles. In fact, we were on Fuller Avenue and a guy went by making a heck of a racket. He did a 180 and pulled him over and issued a caution, actually. As far as, and it is a topic that he has a passion for, is noisy vehicles. There is a problem in how you actually enforce that. And I don't remember the details, but he explained it, that it can be very difficult to enforce that and get a conviction. I just don't remember why, but I know he has made it clear to officers that he wants it stopped, along with tinted glass, that's aftermarket tinted glass, which is not a good idea, especially for law enforcement approaching a vehicle, and safety, and other safety issues. And as far as speeding on Victoria, in the report, if I recall, to the Police Services Board, or it was there or in an email, I don't remember which now, or it might, there was a considerable increase in the number of citations written in the last month and a half. But as he's basically saying, people seem to have parked their brains as a result of COVID, and behaviors are just well,
hopefully we can get this stuff cleared up. I'm being told that we're off topic again, but Councilor Downer, you had a follow up or any questions?
I just want to, thank you for the encouragement. Anybody watching this, that has a problem with speeding, it certainly is some kind of encouragement, especially to hear about the vehicles being excessively loud. I know when I was a teenager and my mufflers were too loud, we got fined for it, and we had to pay the fine and fix the problem. But maybe things have changed.
We also had our parents yelling at us about that.
I don't think it's fair that people have to listen to that at 6 o'clock in the morning, or 11 o'clock at night. So I'd like to see something done about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Downer. Sorry, Councilor Gordon, I hope you have an announcement, or we have to get off this topic, unfortunately.
No, I have an announcement.
Okay, wonderful. Please.
But I do concur with
I agree.
Downer.
I totally agree, but I don't.
Although I do drive a 5-liter Mustang, but it's factory, and it is a little loud, but you know, it's not the aftermarket ones because I know those are nice. Anyway, my announcement was about the entrance to Midland across from where the new billboard's going. Oh, am I stealing it from you? You can, okay, anyway. I just want to say, when I was driving back today, when I was on my way to Barrie this morning, I saw the town trucks going in there. I'm like, okay, they're fiddling with something. What are they doing in there? On my way home, lo and behold, we've got this amazing setup with, you know, as much as you hate the stupid caterpillars, because all you hear them raining poo in the backyard, and my apple tree is like dead. But there's this really cool colorful caterpillar, you know, and they'll be cocooned soon. And then there's a moth there, and a really creative setup. So I don't know who dreamed that up, but just props to the town staffers that found that stuff, got creative, and found a way to poke fun at this scourge, this plague we're under right now. And soon they'll all be little floppy butterflies, which the birds will eat, and that'll be the end of that. So kudos to staff for that. I know sometimes I'm hard on them for not cutting the lawns and other things. They've been doing a great job, and I just want to shout out and say how nice it was to come back to Midland and see that.
Well said, Councilor Gordon. I had that written down too. It looks amazing. I saw it today at about 5:30. It looks fantastic. Mr. Deneau, you had a comment?
Mary Jane Howard, our fabulous gardener, and her students that we have this year get all the credit for the creativity.
Well, their hard work is very noticed, and thank them very much. Fantastic. Mayor Strathern, then I go to Councilor McGinn and Councilor Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Two items. First is happy birthday to Florence Marcellus. It's her 100th. They celebrated it with a drive parade. I think it was last weekend. She worked for my grandfather years ago, and then for my father just after he returned from the war. So, and took over that business. So there's a bit of a family connection there. It's kind of nice to wish her many more happy returns. And last evening, I was able to attend a presentation in which David Jeffrey, who's the executive director at Chigamik Community Health Center, was awarded the Joe Leonard Award, which is the highest honor given by the Association of Ontario Health Centers, which is a voice, a vibrant network of community governed primary healthcare organizations. So this is a fairly significant award. The award is reserved only for individuals who have made outstanding contributions to improving the health and well-being of people and communities facing barriers to health. And this is his peers acknowledging him. He was nominated by community members and professionals across North Simcoe and beyond, and the board at AOHC awarded to David. And anybody who's met David will know that this award is well deserved. He's an exceptional leader in community health. As an executive director at Chigamik for 10 years, he's led an effort that has significantly impacted the advancement of health equity and system transformation that reduces barriers to health and well-being. So David, congratulations, and on behalf of Midland Council and the residents of Midland, thank you for your dedication and service to our community, but also to the broader understanding of social determinants of health and well-being. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. Jeffrey. All said. Councilor Cunningham? Oh, sorry, I apologize. Councilor McGinn, then Councilor Cunningham.
It's okay. So thank you to my peers for what they have brought forward, and beautiful to hear when we're talking.
We're having a hard time hearing you.
Thank you to my peers for what you have brought forward in announcements, and I support everything that you've been saying, and it's nice to see, you know, the variation of what we're speaking about. I wanted to mention that there was a report, and I'm pretty sure that my peers received it as well, and it's on Little Lake, and it's from the Severn Sound Environmental Association. Councillor Main, you were speaking about it, and the concerns about zebra mussels. Another item that was in this emailing was that that there's high pollen counts. So that was detected when the water sampling was done. There's a lot of pollen. We're seeing it everywhere. You get out in your car and it looks dusty. It looks like your vacuum exploded over your car. It's pollen. There's not a whole lot that we can do about it. But one of the beautiful things that came out is that last year that there was an algae bloom in Little Lake, and that was not detected. So that is a fantastic bit of news that that the sampling that is done, and it's, you know, there's visual, that it is not being seen right now. So I wanted to share that with everybody. And Councillor Main, I wanted to thank you because very often you bring up the SSEA, and you and occasionally I have to admit where I'm like, come on, I put up my yellow sign. But I value and I respect you speaking up, because it does align with a lot of things that you're very passionate with. So thank you very much, John. Councillor Main, it speaks to your passion for our community. But there is my announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGinn. Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you. I want to speak a little bit more about Cultural Alliance this evening. The Cultural Alliance is a collaboration of our 5 local councils, Tiny, Tay, Midland, Penetanguishene, and Beausoleil First Nation. And we try to do great things together. And we succeed remarkably, considering most of our work has been being done during the pandemic. So there's an event coming up, which of course is virtual. It is on June 24th. It's an afternoon session from 2 till 4. Called Cultural Conversation. It is to learn about cultural assets in the heart of Georgian Bay, and it's to discuss our cultural asset mapping database project. We're looking for community input and participation, so if you have some hidden treasures that you want to talk about, we would love to have you come out to that. There will be breakout rooms as well for people to jump into their favorite passion. The story room allows participants 5 minutes to tell a story tied to a geographic location within one of our 5 communities. You can find information about this at culturalalliance.ca or on our Facebook page. Just look for Cultural Alliance in the heart of Georgian Bay. You'll also see that we are collecting stories, the background, the hidden treasures, the basement of the murder shrine. I'd love a story on that. But we're looking for stories. So if you know an organization, an attraction, or a historical landmark that needs its stories told, please get those to me or to Karen Mealing so that we can collect them for the website, which will tie into the asset map. That's it for tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Any other announcements this evening? I see none. I'd like to close in wishing every father a happy Father's Day this Sunday. Have a great day to all those fathers out there, and good luck, Madam Clerk. We're going to miss you, but happy retirement. Next up, we have a notice to close the committee of whole, moved by Councillor Downer, second by Councillor Main, that the committee of whole rise and report. All those in favor? So carried. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a motion moved by Councillor McGinn, seconded by Deputy Mayor Ross, beg your pardon, that the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole for the meeting of June 16th, 2021 be adopted as resolutions of Council. Comments or questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. That is carried. We now move to motions for which notice was given. And we have a motion here moved by Councillor Gordon. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Cunningham, second. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks.
Over
I'm open to amendment on this if council so chooses. The purpose of getting this on the agenda tonight was, as we heard earlier, the backlash, and I understand it wholeheartedly about the now what feels like a sudden implementation of our parking, resumption of our parking. We have contracted machines, we've installed them, we're paying for the service already. We need the money, but we also got to take into account the nature of the pandemic and the fact that we're just trying to slither out from underneath it now and revive everything and still balance the books to some degree. So I looked at this as a compromise. Again, I spoke to Scott from the BIA online. He's very quick to provide input, criticism, ideas. I mean, it's not all negative, but we tend to have kind of like tense dialogue online. That's how it feels anyway, even though there's no, you can't tell mood in writing. But I heard him, and I heard from hundreds of other people about this, and that was the catalyst for this. I was trying to find a compromise. I'm huge into compromises. While I couldn't support, and I still don't, the notion of just not deploying this, and foregoing the revenues, which we desperately need, because I'd be a hypocrite sitting pushing you guys for 0% and then abandoning some of the few ways we can actually make money in this municipality. I mean, again, suck and blow, right? Can't do both. So we need to launch this thing. $1 an hour to me is trivial. If you can't afford $1 an hour to park a car, I don't want to sound contrite here, but maybe you shouldn't have a car. You know, can you pay your insurance and gas and oil and stuff? Like, it's $1 an hour. So I don't think we're gouging our residents. But to be fair, if you want to run into the bank or you want to pick up a coffee, you go to Grounded for like the best coffee in Midland, or you want to you want to run in and pick up donuts or something. The idea here is that 15 minutes. I talked to Jim Reicheld. It's totally doable. It's an option they can put on the machine, so it doesn't lead to rampant abuse. It's one time per day per plate, 15-minute free. If we wanted to amend this and say, let's make it, an hour free in the back lots, I'm fine with that too. I'm not looking to give away the house or hammer anybody, but we need to roll this thing out. We need to start generating revenue. Let's see if we were wrong on how much we can make on this. It's already free on nights. It's free on weekends. Let's get this thing going, pull the Band-Aid off. There's never going to be a good time to do it, much like the Big Dig. And this is what I see as a compromise as it stands, but I am open to amendment, friendly amendment or otherwise. So I'll leave it in council's hands. I would like to see this passed in some capacity tonight, though. It's going to do a solid to our downtown businesses and to our residents. And I don't think it's going to impact too deeply on our genes just yet.
So I have Councillor, thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Shevsky.
Thank you, Your Worship. There was a request from the deputants tonight, so instead of just doing the amendment for the 1 hour in the back, I'd like to make the amendment based on what the recommendation was from our deputant. They asked for a hesitation in ticketing or a hesitation in rollout until August 1st. They asked for the 15 minutes and they asked for the 1 hour. So I'd like to make the amendment based on their request. I think it's only respectful to put the request on the table and have it formally voted on. So I'd like to do that. If I have a second.
Do you have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor McGinn or Councillor Downer? Councillor McGinn. So the amendment would be council authorize staff to configure the pay plate machines to allow for a complimentary 15-minute parking option available once per day per plate, a 1 hour parking option in lots once per day pay per plate, and that the system not be implemented for till the 1st of August. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Madam Clerk, have you captured that?
Sir, Your Worship. So it's what I have is that council authorized staff to configure the pay by plate machines to allow for complimentary 15-minute parking option on King Street and a 1 hour free parking once daily. I took it from the motion that was proposed, once daily, otherwise $1 per hour back lots. Is that what you were, is that similar to what you proposed? Sorry, I was just trying to make sure I was capturing it.
Sorry, Councillor Shevsky, does that reflect your wishes, aside from the fact that there's no mention of deferring it for a month?
Yes, that's correct. Just the deferral to August 1st was the only thing missing from that.
Can you add that to Madam Clerk?
Okay, so, okay. So is council voting on the proposed amendment first, correct? And then if that doesn't, so the proposed, so I'm just trying to make sure here that it's only the amendment. So what's being added to the motion is basically the 1 hour and the deferral of
for 1 month.
Okay.
It was moved by Councillor Shevsky, and I see you, Councillor Prost. And it was seconded by Councillor
McGinn.
Yes.
Okay, so basically council's just voting on the amendment. So it would be the 1 hour free parking once daily, otherwise $1 per hour back lots. and then deferral of enforcement, I guess it is, deferral of enforcement. Is that correct? Or deferral
Councillor Olszewski.
till August 1st, 2021?
Sorry, is it enforcement we're deferring or the launch of this program?
Okay,
That's unclear to me at the moment.
Which is it, Councillor?
Enforcement, it only makes sense, as Mr. Campbell said, if the garbage bags are taken off, which are an eyesore in the meantime, some people will pay the meters and others won't. But if there's no enforcement, then there's no hard feeling.
So you're saying deferral of enforcement, not the launch.
Okay.
Are we clear, Madam Clerk?
Yes, so right now what council will be voting on is 1 hour free parking once daily, otherwise $1 per hour back lots. And then,
No.
Sorry?
Yeah. Sorry, no. Try it again.
Oh, it's an hour free in the back lots, 15 minutes free everywhere other than a back lot, I guess, and no enforcement until August 1st. I think that's what the ask was, which was a compromise. I agree. Is that possible? Can we do that?
Okay, I think the 15-minute deferral, that was already in your main motion, though, correct, Councillor Gordon?
That's correct.
That's right. We're just wanting to add a 1 hour free per license plate in just the back lots, so people couldn't do that on King Street. But would they also have 15-minute options of the back lot? I don't know about that one.
The 15-minute parking option is specific to King Street, correct? Oh, I see what you're saying. So your original motion didn't mention King Street.
No, it was everywhere. Yeah, 15 minutes just globally. We're going to add that. We're going to better that with an hour free, but not on King Street, just the back lots. I'm sure that the wizards who program this can do it. I just want to make sure, in fact, they can before we agree to this. And then Jim is like, how do we do that?
Okay, so we're adding the word King Street for the 15-minute parking option. And then,
Seems our MLEO has a comment.
Sorry for the inappropriate interruption. It's 10:42. Are we going to make it before 11? Okay.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay, so that the main motion be amended to include 15 minutes for King Street. And 1 hour free parking once daily, otherwise $1 per hour for back lots, available once per day per plate, as well as deferral of enforcement of the parking payment system until August 1st, 2021.
Councillor Gordon.
Sorry, I could almost hear Scott, because that would mean that the 50-minute free parking wouldn't qualify for customers in front of Grounded because he's not on King Street. I think that what I'd intended originally was 15 minutes. Anywhere you had to pay for parking, you got a 50-minute free once per day option. I didn't care where you went. If we're going to increase that to 1 hour in the back lots, it should be 15 minutes free anywhere you want, including a back lot, but also the option to press the 1 hour button and get free parking. But that's only going to work if you're in a back lot, if that's possible. I think that's what we were trying to achieve here. I don't want to limit the 50-minute to King Street because we're kind of jamming the guy who's championing this for the BIA, and I don't want to do that to him.
So let's get the wording of the motion correct. And then I have Deputy Mayor Ross, Councillor Cunningham, Councillor Prost. Am I missing anybody?
I'm not sure you can see the digital hand that Jim has up.
Yeah, I have a question to Mr. Reichel, if this is even possible. Then I have comments after if I could, but are we putting something in motion that this system can't even do? Could you update us on that if you could? And then I have a comment. If I could, Your Worship.
Can you add some clarity to what was being asked here? Can we actually do this?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. We can program the machines, but keep in mind the on-street and off-street are done by zones. If we want the 15-minute grace period on all off-street is what I would suggest, or sorry, on all on-street, that would be easier. We won't have to reprogram the other than King Street in different zones, and all off-street as a 1 hour grace. And one question I have is the harbor included in that?
No. I don't think so. One person.
If you forget something in your boat, it's going to cost you $1, right? So just like.
Mr. Dono.
Yeah, for further clarity, I'd also suggest that we make it specific that the 15 minutes and 1 hour is once per day. I think that was the intent. I think we should be specific on that. Otherwise you get people moving around lots, but so it's 15 minutes once per day. I think the system accommodates that. And I'd also say on the enforcement side, rather than saying no enforcement, I would say let's have the enforcement focused on education.
Yeah, graduated it.
There may be some bad actors out there, which I would obviously like to enforce. But we want to focus on education around the system.
Compromises abound. Love it.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a tough one. It's hard to speak against it. Then you're perceived that you don't have any compassion for our downtown businesses, and I definitely do not want to come across at that. But in my head, there are about 3 major concerns that I have. One being, as soon as you say that there's 15 minutes free, and it's public knowledge, people aren't going to take the time to go register, and they're going to think they have 15 minutes free, and they haven't registered, they're going to get a ticket. Well, the town of Midland said we had free. So to me, we're opening up a can of worms on that one. Secondly, same with the back lot, an hour. Oh, I parked in the back. I thought I had an hour. Well, you have an hour if you take the time to register your car, et cetera, et cetera. Number 2, in my head, and not, I'm willing to allow this to go forward, but the fact is we sat at a budget meeting and talked about this. Not one, we were in the prime middle of a pandemic, and we said, this is what we need to do as a revenue for our town. And we approved it. Not one time did anyone ever come to say, well, what about parking? We need free. Nothing was ever brought up. So it really is a concern to me, because not only when we do this to help out the downtown Midland, every person who pays taxes in the town of Midland is now affected. It's very simple to say, yeah, well, we're just going to allow free park. But the fact is, every dollar that we don't collect, the people of Midland pay. And I guarantee if you went back on your social media, I don't engage at all. But if you said you had an option to pay $1 for parking every time you went down for an hour, or your taxes are going to go up 1% more to 3.5%, what would the answer be? I'm pretty sure the answer would be, I'll pay the $1 every time I go park. The fact is, that's my concern. I do not want to be the guy to come across and not support and be the guy that's not going to support our downtown businesses. If the will of council is this, I will support the will of council as a team player and vote for this. But I just feel it very important that this, in my head, is a very big concern. We are all depleted. There isn't one person in Midland who hasn't had a tough time with this COVID. We're all hurting. The fact is, we have spent $15 million downtown to spruce that downtown up. I appreciate the business. Yeah, it's been tough, but you know what? You have the most beautiful street ever. If it costs $1 to park for an hour, to me, it's no big deal. I'll go down and pay people's parking for a couple hours every day. I'll donate $10 and get 10 free hours every day for the next month. If that's what it takes, if it's $300 out of my pocket, I would much rather do that than to bring the burden onto every resident in the town of Midland. Because the fact is, if we don't get this revenue, your taxes are going up. Simple, easy pleasy. But I am really concerned with the phone call that you're going to get. I was told it was an hour free parking. How come I got a ticket? Well, you didn't register. No one told me that. You told me it was an hour free parking. So I am concerned with that. I will support. I'm hearing that my council, our council wants to support this, so I will put my support behind it. But I am very, very concerned with the direction that we are moving. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, I just want to respond to that, and as well as what our CAO mentioned, which is that system of warnings that was mentioned earlier, so that until August 1st, you get a warning. You didn't register. This would have been a ticket. That's how we educate instead of enforcing. Instead of collecting 20 bucks, do not pass go to jail. It's, hey, you would have had a ticket, and after August 1st, you would get a ticket. In the meantime, you got this little warning slip. I'd rather be paying that and allowing people to start to get educated about it, that we have rolled it out and tickets will be starting in August, so that they have that knowledge. That's how this becomes an educational system, so that people aren't calling and complaining about a ticket they almost got, right?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Prost, I believe. Am I mistaken, Councillor? Do you have your hand up?
No, I did before, but it was answered, so it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Main.
Thank you. Yeah, I love, and Scott Campbell, we have such amazing time, and I'm on the BIA board, and I hate to vote against the wishes of downtown, but I always bring up the resource, the high cost of free parking, and it sounds super corny, but paying for parking is investing in the town. It's investing in the downtown. It does go to the parking reserve, which means that we can then pay for the community improvement plan, facade improvement, accessibility upgrades, the laneway project, which we don't have enough funds to deliver on all the amazing ideas. So I'm really, I'm not comfortable with giving away free parking. It subsidizes vehicular traffic, and it goes against our efforts of sustainable and active transportation. So I think that paid parking is a tool. It's a secondary land use. It's a commodity that we should have a price on it. We've landed on $1 an hour for on and off street for the time being, and I'm inclined to stick with that price on the fortunate timing of July 1st as the system is deployed. But that's where I'm comfortable with standing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. And I just wanted to echo some of what Deputy Mayor said. It's absolutely right. And I've taken this position online that it is a tax on everybody else. If the user doesn't pay for the service that they use, then everybody else has to pay. And I'm 100% for social services like our transport system, where that is the better global good. Everyone needs to chip in for that. That's just the way it is. Even if you don't take a bus, I don't care. This is part of living in this municipality and the services we provide. But parking on a parking lot downtown that isn't free, nothing about free parking is free, even at Walmart, it's not free. It's baked into the cost of those cheap Chinese goods you're buying. So the people that I see online who say they're going to shop at Walmart, well, guess what? You already were, you hypocrite. Don't try and use that as a reason why you're going to alienate the people downtown. I call BS on that one. All right. So you can't get the stuff you buy at Walmart downtown anyway. So they're not even competing with them. So those are the ridiculous arguments. You put aside the noise. Free is not free. Everything costs something. So what's being proposed tonight is a little slower phased in approach than what I would have liked to see. And I'd like to see it go live July 1, but I'm prepared to compromise with council here and go, let's delay it a month. Let's focus on education. I know that's going to be deferring some income, which kind of sucks. But remember that when we start talking our budget talks in November, I hope we do it early this year, that we did forego this opportunity. But I am 100% for user fees for things that aren't in the greater good. I'd like to see this extended to Little Lake Park. I'd like our residents to be able to park for free in Little Lake Park and enjoy the new splash pad, and I'd like visitors who aren't our residents to pay a few bucks to park their car there and use our services. That's only going to help us fix the masonry and pay the hydro and cut the lawns and beautify things. There needs to be a cost. Our visitors don't come to this town expecting everything free. They pay handsomely where they come from. And they probably just chuckle that, hey, we can use all this for free. The boat launch, right? Midland residents should always be able to launch their boats there, but we should be sticking, I know, sorry, Your Worship, we're approaching, I'll wrap up because we're hitting the 11 o'clock. But the residents should be able to launch their boats there, but visitors should also be able to store their stuff there, but have a pay and display there too. And let's make some money off our boat launch. Its user fees make sense. And I can't wait till the CAO brings some stuff and I'll be able to be his buddy on some of these arguments then. But for now, I'm inclined to support this phased in approach. We're going to take a little bit out of our pockets. Yes, the global taxpayer is going to pay a bit more, but I think we're going to help out our downtown as best we can. So I'll support this amendment to the amendment and just get her done.
So just before we proceed, we are getting to that magic moment. So I'm going to put a motion forward. I need a mover and a seconder to extend through the evening. So Councillor Prost, Councillor Shevsky. That pursuant to section 9.2C of Procedural Bylaw 2018-62, Council agrees to remain in session past 11 p.m. in order to deal with the remaining items included on the agenda. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, that carries. I don't have anybody else wishing to speak to this now. If anybody does, please indicate so. Okay. So with that, I shall ask the clerk one more time to read it so everybody's real clear about what we're getting into here. Clerk, Madam Clerk, would you please read that?
That the main motion be amended to include 15 minutes for all on-street parking and 1 hour free parking for back lots, and that the parking payment system be launched August 1st, 2021.
And recorded vote, please.
No.
I'm sorry, would you just repeat that last line? That the parking permit system would be initiated August 2021?
August 1st, is that not correct?
No, it's the enforcement will not be in place.
Okay, sorry.
So, or rather, it would be graduated enforcement or educational enforcement.
Okay, so that the parking payment system enforcement be effective August 1st, 2021?
No, that we apply educational enforcement, or that the enforcement of I don't know, Mr. CAO, what is it you want to have in there? You seem to have it now.
That we want to apply a gradual educated enforcement program until August 1st.
Going live July 1, and it's graduated until August 1st.
Correct.
Sorry, repeat that again. Mr. CAO,
That we will apply a graduated educational enforcement program until August 1st.
Okay, so then it says, I'll read it again, that the main motion be amended to include 15 minutes for all on-street parking and 1 hour free parking for back lots, and that the town apply a graduated education program until August 1st, 2021.
So that is the motion. All those in favor? Councillor Gordon, are you in favor? I can't hear you. You're muted.
For a recorded vote.
What you're asking for a recorded vote?
Yeah, sir, I just muted my headset. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I wanted a recorded vote on this. It's kind of a big deal and people are going to want to know who voted how. So,
Madam Clerk, recorded vote, please.
Really working her here on this last night.
That's true.
We even get past 11. It works.
Somebody said we were ending at 7:30.
I know. Who was that?
I think that was me. Okay. Councillor Gordon.
Yes.
Councillor Main?
No.
Counselor Downer,
Yes.
Counselor Olszewski,
Yes.
Counselor Cunningham,
Yes.
Counselor McGinn,
Yes.
Counselor Prost,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ross,
He says yes.
Yes.
and Mayor Strathern.
I'll say yes too.
Okay, that motion is carried 8-1. So now the main motion has been amended to read. Let me just, if you could just give me 2 seconds here. That's per day.
If watching this doesn't put you to sleep, nothing will.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, I
have it.
just went for the viewers. No disrespect.
That council authorized staff to configure the pay by plate machines to allow for a complimentary 15-minute parking option for all on-street parking and 1 hour free parking for back lots available once per day per plate. And that the town apply a graduated education program until August 1st, 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is that what everybody believes it to be? We've heard it from the motion and from the clerk. Comments or questions?
One last recorded vote, if I could.
You are asking for a recorded vote? A recorded
Yes,
vote,
please.
Madam
Thank you.
Clerk. Please.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Counselor, or I'll start with Deputy Mayor Ross.
Sorry, you were muted.
Sorry, in favor.
Okay. Counselor Prost,
Yes.
Counselor McGinn,
Yes.
Counselor Cunningham,
Yes.
Counselor Olszewski,
Yes.
Mayor Downer.
Yep.
Counselor Main. Oh, sorry, Counselor Downer.
Freudian slip.
Flustered, federal flustered.
That's a no from me.
Okay, no. And Counselor Gordon.
Yes.
Okay, and Mayor Strathern.
Yes.
Okay, and that motion is carried 8-1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council. We're moving right along. We're at about item 21, bylaws, and moved by Councillor Downer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Ross, that the following bylaws, bylaw 2021-28, appointment of Sherry Edgar as acting clerk, bylaw 2021-29, appointment of Catherine Lemessurier as acting deputy clerk, bylaw 2021-39, appointment of an executive director of planning, building, and bylaw, bylaw 2021-31, appointment of an executive director of corporate services / town solicitor, bylaw 2021-32, assumption of a portion of Cook Drive between Simcoe Boulevard and Penetang Machine Road, and assumption of Penetang Machine Road between Cook Drive and Hugo Avenue as a public highway, and to amend traffic bylaw 2020-65, bylaw 2021-34, delegation of certain powers and duties, bylaw 2021-35, a policy governing the disposition of municipal surplus land, be passed and enacted. Any comments or questions, discussion from council? Councillor Main.
Oh, just a quick question on the Cook Drive Penetang Machine. Is that only assuming the finished road segment from Hugo down to Cook Drive and right? I'm just curious because the Penetang Machine Road right of way continues south all the way to Yonge Street, but it's kind of, I'm unsure if what that land is designated as it goes south from that subdivision. Thank you.
Mr. Sobel.
Thank you, Matt Strathern. Through you to Councillor Main. So this is for the assumption of the phase 1 and 2 lands of the LRD subdivision. So phase 1 and 2 includes Penetang Machine Road from Hugo to the corner of Cook Drive from that same corner to Simcoe Boulevard, and from Simcoe Boulevard from Cook Drive to Yonge Street, including the signalized intersections at either end. What it doesn't include is the very end of Cook Drive, which is the cul-de-sac, and Wright Drive. Those are phase 3 and 4. The extension of the Penetang Machine Road right of way that extends straight through to Yonge Street that you referenced, that is part of phase 2 lands. And there's just a walkway to be finished in there as part of the subdivision. That's the only outstanding portion that has to be done. But we have an agreement with the developer for that to be rolled into the phase 3 lands. They have adequate securities to do so. So pending passing this bylaw, then staff can release final securities to the developer, and they've filled out all their obligations, and now it's time for us to assume ownership.
That was an A+ answer. That was way more information I was looking for. Thank you so much, Mitch.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel. Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, that carries. I now have a motion moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Prost, that bylaw 2021-36, being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the regular council meeting with closed session held June 16th, 2021, be passed and enacted. Comments, questions, or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. That also carries. And the motion of the evening, moved by Councillor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Main, that this regular meeting of council with closed session adjourn at 11:08 p.m. All in favor?
This is tough, Karen. This is tough.
So thank you, Madam Clerk, for persevering, and have a bon voyage. Bon voyage.
Yeah, we
I'm
keep
still
it
here
for a
till the
couple hours.
30th, so I hope to see you all.
Enjoy.
All the best.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Happy Father's Day. You too, Cody. Coming, buddy.
Yes, happy Father's Day to everyone. All you.
See everyone.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you. Have a great evening. Have a great